Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
After dropping the first two games of the NBA's Eastern Conference Finals, the New York Knicks rallied from 20 points down to beat the Indiana Pacers in Game 3, pulling within 2-1. Meanwhile, in the NHL's Western Conference Finals, the Edmonton Oilers blitzed the Dallas Stars 6-1, taking a 2-1 lead. Spain's Alex Palou wins the Indianapolis 500, pretty much the only thing in the sport that the three-time IndyCar Series winner hadn't done. Elsewhere, Ross Chastain passes William Byron with just 6 laps to go, winning the NASCAR Coca-Cola 600. Now, Kyle Larson did make it to both races, but crashed out of both of them early. That's your sports in the Fox News Rundown. I'm Greg Thompson, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Feels like this latest legislation for Tennessee, in the state of Tennessee we're talking about now, is kind of a preemptive strike for whatever's coming, and it protects Tennessee schools, not just University of Tennessee, but Memphis, Middle Tennessee, Vanderbilt, every four-year college in the state. They are now protected to enact whatever happens in the House settlement. So if it's revenue sharing, if it's whatever's going to come down, they can now do it in the state of Tennessee. And Tennessee's been very proactive and pro-athlete in terms of finances with NIL. They can make it in the recruiting process. They can make it throughout school. The fair market value is a point that's been brought up. That's to be determined by whatever someone's willing to pay, essentially. So it's not the NCAA, it's the conferences now that are saying, we don't even know what the rules are yet. We don't know when the House settlement is going to settle.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growthchecking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Do you struggle with poor reception on your favorite stations? Hi, this is Jessica with C. Crane. We know how frustrating it is to be stuck with a radio that doesn't perform. That's why we created the CC Radio 2E, designed to receive long-range AM and FM stations and make weak signals strong. If you enjoy talk radio, news, and sports, your favorite programs will come through with exceptional clarity on the CC Radio 2E. Enjoy rich, detailed audio with dedicated bass and treble controls. The 2E also gets the latest emergency information with the 2-meter ham and NOAA weather bands. It can even alert you to a weather emergency, making it a vital tool for emergency preparedness. To order the CC Radio 2E or to receive a free catalog, call C. Crane at 800-522-8863. That's 800-522-8863. Or visit us online at ccrane.com. That's CCRANE.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Trump administration cuts to government agencies, private contractors, and universities have made jobs in research and development and endangered species. The Indeed hiring lab reports openings for those jobs are down 18% since President Trump took office, compared with a 4% overall drop in openings in the private and public sector. The Federal Trade Commission is dismissing a lawsuit against PepsiCo that was filed in the waning days of the Biden administration. The soft drink maker had been accused of giving unfair price advantages to Walmart at the expense of other vendors and consumers. OnlyFans, the London-based company that exploded in popularity during the pandemic, is reportedly in talks to sell the porn-driven company to an investor group. Reuters cites sources who say the valuation would be around $8 billion. Talks have been held at least since March. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze Car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Kalin and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
For all of you dopes out there that want to support that, the Intifada, that's killing you, whether you're Jewish or American, whether you're Jewish or Catholic, no matter what your race or religion might be. If you believe in Western values, they want you dead. So keep marching like an idiot. So when you protest, why don't you just go to Gaza, just get a flight, fly to Hamburg, get a connecting flight, get on a boat, do whatever you have to do, and just please go.
Start your day with Kalin and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Get fired up for the Nate Smith post-game concert presented by Jim Beam on Tuesday, June 10th after the Phils play the Cubs at 6:45. Snag your field passes and tickets today at phillies.com/theme nights. Head on over to Citizens Bank Park on Thursday, May 29th at 6:45 when the Phillies take on the Braves, and all fans take home a retro Phillies cap presented by SEI. Snag your seats today at phillies.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Something amazing is happening in business. More companies are turning to Mac. From finance to fulfillment, CDW will seamlessly support Mac integration into your organization. With the power of Apple Silicon, best-in-class security, and compatibility across your favorite apps, your team will have the performance they need and the tools they love. Make amazing happen. Mac and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/Apple.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Father's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for dads and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a full house of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3. Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kalin and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, good morning. Welcome to the Kalin and Company show. Happy Memorial Day, Philadelphia. This is Tom Hazelby from the Old Gravy podcast sitting in on Kalin and Company this Memorial Day. I'm sitting in for Nick, Dawn, and the boss man, Greg Stocker, all out for the holiday. I don't know if you remember, but if you were listening on January 1st, that's when I was here filling in for Kalin and Company back then. I had a great time, so I'm real happy to be back here at 1210 WPHT in Philadelphia. And what I want to do? Well, the first thing I want to do, who's working with me this morning? I got Kirk Corliss. He's producing the show, and I got James Kelly on the board. So these two guys are going to get me through the show today, and I'm happy to be here, and I kind of want to outline what I got coming up for you. So in the 7 a.m. hour, we're going to have Mario Perez. He's an ST6 operator for SEAL Team 6. Not anymore. He's retired. But I always think once you're on a SEAL team, maybe you're always on a SEAL team. But anyway, I'm going to have Mario Perez coming up. He's a great guest, the United States Navy, coming on from Memorial Day. I couldn't think of a better person to bring on and kind of tell us what he's up to today on this Memorial Day. And then in the 8 o'clock hour, I'm going to bring on Dr. Louis Keeler. I'm going to call him Dr. Lou. Dr. Lou is a local urologist and surgeon, and we're going to, the topic is, I'm calling it the Prostate and Politics Hour. So we're going to it'll kind of be like a public service announcement, a medical one. We will talk a little bit about prostate health, and then we're going to get into, Joe Biden with this recent diagnosis. Obviously, everything's political. And I think Dr. Lou's going to be able to share some really good insight about what Biden's dealing with, and then just some of how it might have been handled when the diagnosis came out. There are some questions, so we're going to take a good look at that. And then in the 9 o'clock hour, I'm bringing on Charlie Gasparino. He's the Fox News financial reporter. If you watch Fox News, if you read the New York Post, Charlie Gasparino, he's the guy's he's a hustler. He's a grinder. He's out there. He's got his ear down. He's listening in on what Wall Street thinks. A lot of time they get the inside scoop on what's happening in the political world. So that's why I love to bring Charlie Gasparino on. So we got a lot of ground to cover. If you want to call in, it's 855-839-1210. And If you hear something you like or you don't like, I love to take calls, so feel free to do it. It was funny. I always like to find out where people are from. That's kind of my thing. Where you're from, who you are, where you came from. It kind of tells me a little bit something about you. And now with AI, I tend to use Grok a lot. I use that. I don't even use Google anymore. I go to Grok. It's right on my phone. And Grok is on X. People that are not familiar with that, or formerly Twitter, I use Grok. And it was funny for today's show. And I do listen to the Kalin and Company show. I wanted to look up Nick. I was trying to figure out where he was from originally. So when I put in broadcaster Philadelphia, Nick Kayal, his bio or whatever, it shows up on Grok, and it says, Nick Kayal is a wrestler from Bergen Catholic, and he wrestled at Princeton, and he graduated in 2023. And I'm like, no. The broadcaster I'm talking. This is what I typed. No, the Philadelphia broadcaster, not a wrestler. And Grok comes back and starts arguing with me and says a wrestler can be a broadcaster. So I guess the moral, but anyway, finally, from what I understand, when I did go back and forth with AI, that's actually what makes it kind of cool. Like, they can misinterpret what you want. It can take you down a different road. And the next thing you know, I'm arguing about, where Nick Kayal is from. And he's not a guy that graduated college in 2024 and wrestled at Princeton. So anyway, I did figure out that Nick is from the Philadelphia area. I believe he went to Temple. Hey, Jimmy, is that correct?
Yes, he went to Temple. He graduated in 2006.
Yeah. So anyway, Grok finally got it straight, but sometimes you got to dig in a little bit. So that's my little plug for Grok. I'm really loving AI, and you don't really need to use the Google. They give you all the ads. You go on Grok or you go to ChatGPT. You're going to get your answers a lot quicker. So this is Memorial Day. It's not Veterans Day, and that's a big difference. Memorial Day is for the soldiers who never came home. Veterans Day is for everybody that served in the military. So this is a very important day. And I always like to, I'll give you a little background on it. Like, when did Memorial Day come into existence? Well, it came into existence in 1868, soon after the Civil War. and they called it Decoration Day. And what people did a few years after the Civil War, say at the ending of 1865, around 1868, people went out to all these graves and they decorated them with flowers, flags, tributes, and they put them on the soldiers' graves. And there were a lot of graves, the ones that could be found. But people would probably, if their son did not come back from that war, they probably built a gravesite with them with no one in it just to memorialize the person. But this was an interesting fact about the Civil War. We lost 700,000 men. 700,000 men. Back then, women weren't in combat. I'm sure some were casualties of that war, too. And there was only 31 million people in the country, and you had 700,000 dead. To give you a little perspective on that, in World War II, we had 405,000 that were killed, and there were 131 million. So you got almost 300,000 less, but you have almost 4 times the population. So when you think of Memorial Day coming out of the Civil War, because the impact on the population of losing that many men, that many soldiers in the country, obviously the numbers are big because we were fighting each other. So, they were killing Americans on both sides. But that gives you a little bit of background on, how this all originated. And Memorial Day for me, as I got older, it became more important to me. My dad was a World War II veteran, went in the war at 17. He was in the U.S. Navy. He ended up in Europe. But every year, when he got a little bit older, he got very involved with the American Legion. And he would march every year in this little town called Cresskill, New Jersey, which was right next to the town I grew up, Woods Dumont. This is North Jersey. So now you're all thinking, what's this North Jersey guy doing in our studio? But I want to tell you, I came to Philadelphia in 1987 as a young guy looking to start a business, and I haven't left. I'm still here, and I raised the family. So I've become pretty Philly. I lived in Center City on and off for about 10 years, just to give you a little background. But getting back to Memorial Day, getting back to my dad, every year he would march in this parade. And by the time he was in his late 60s, he went blind, so my brother would hold him by his arm, and they would go down this hill for about a mile. And you know what I remember, too? When my daughter became about 5, she'd hold his hand and go with him. But what I found very interesting, and at this Memorial Day celebration with all these, men and women that had served, marching in this parade, at the end of the parade, there was a mayor. His name was Ben Romeo of Cresskill, New Jersey. And he would come out and give a detailed speech about someone in this small town who went off to World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, some of the recent wars over in Afghanistan and Iraq. I don't remember hearing any about that. It's such a small town, but these bigger, larger wars, he would take one person from that town and give you a detailed biography, like where the kid went to school, who he hung out with, where he worked in town, and you'd be sitting in the center of town as he'd be memorializing this soldier that left that town one day, and who knows, in Belgium, in France, in Germany, he would never come back to that town. He would die. But the detail and the research that this mayor did, it really inspired. It was very inspiring to hear these stories, and it made you really consciously say, this is what Memorial Day is about. And it's definitely about hamburgers, hot dogs, and getting to the beach, and you're probably headed down the shore today. But it really is a solemn day for those young men and now young women who go off to these foreign places, and they fight these wars on the behalf of our country and don't come back. Right or wrong wars, they still go out there and do it, and some of them don't come home. And, I always had a thought when I was a little kid in my house, my mom and dad bought the home from a very older woman. And my mom would always say, her name was Mrs. Lennox, and she would say, she lost her boy in World War II. He didn't come home. And when you're a little kid and you hear that, it's kind of like, war, and, you start playing guns in the backyard or whatever. But I'd always heard my mother mention that. And when I got older and I would go to this Memorial Day thing with my dad, to do the parade, I would say to I would come back to the house to stay, the house I grew up in, and at those points, I'm talking like I'm a dad now, and I'm in my 30s, and I would start thinking about that kid in the house that grew up in the same house as me, that I'm sure wherever he was over in Europe or in the South Pacific, he was thinking about getting back to his home that day. So that's another little thing that touches me on Memorial Day, is thinking of those things. If you get a chance too, try to get to one of those local celebrations. They look kind of boring, but they do the 21 gun salute. But if you go there and you start getting that feeling like, okay, this is what it's all about. And so anyway, it's Memorial Day. If you're heading down the shore, if you got something good going on today, you want to share that with me or the audience, I encourage you to call in at 855-839-1210. You know what I'm going to cover? The next thing I'm going to cover, we go from Memorial Day, we're going to jump into something. We're going to jump into the Autopen, the Biden Autopen. I know it's a big story out there. And I think a lot of people on the right, a lot of people in the MAGA movement, they're hoping that something comes out of this. So for those who are not following the Autopen story, I'll give you a brief update. It's the Autopen. There's Trump, the Trump administration, Trump himself, and a lot of people on the right are saying that Biden was so out of it that his aides were signing legal binding documents that Joe Biden had no idea they were signing. And these things were being put into law. This is where the pardons and the commutations, they're saying all of this stuff that went down, Joe Biden was so cognitively impaired that he had no clue what these people were doing. And that relates to people saying, like, he wasn't really running the White House at all anyway, so why wouldn't they be using this Autopen to sign things that Biden had no intent of signing, or he wasn't even capable of signing? I'm not out there on that limb, but I'm going to let's all kind of break it down today. And I'm sure some of the listeners out here are very familiar with this story, and they're going to have a different opinion, or they're going to have the same opinion. But let me get through a little of this. And then if you think I'm off the target, I really want to hear from you. So then Trump, I think Trump is using this Autopen thing as, I think he knows it's a long shot that you're ever going to get any type of conviction or you're going to overturn it. I think he knows it's a long shot. I think he did think Biden was kind of out of it, but I don't think he thought he was so incapacitated he didn't know or wasn't giving orders on what to sign or agreeing to what to sign. So here's how it works. It's good politics for Trump to keep saying that, Joe was so out of it, and the Autopen, the aides were telling the Autopen what to sign. And that's good politics because Trump wants to keep reminding everybody of how bad it was in the last administration. And it was bad. Open borders, crime, drugs, wasteful spending, the green scam, inflation, the Ukraine nightmare, which I might want to circle back on because I think that's still that's a thorn in Trump's side, that Ukraine war, because he's going to have to clean it up. And cleaning up someone else's mess is never easy. So I think, Trump, now going after the Autopen and Joe, it's really to say, like, these people were so bad and, quite frankly, so despicable how they managed the country. They were capable of this. Proving they did it, or, proving they did it and getting some stuff overturned, like Trump wants the pardons overturned, it's going to be very difficult. But I think he's just always trying to remind you, like, that what they did, you saw it, you witnessed it with your own eyes, you lived it here as an American, that he just keeps telling you, if they didn't do it, in the back of his mind, they were quite capable of doing it. So let me give you a history of the Autopen. The modern Autopen actually goes back to Truman. It goes back to President Truman. So it's not something that was just, came about in the last 4 years. They've been using this Autopen for a while. Matter of fact, Thomas Jefferson had an invention called the polygraph. I don't think he invented it, but they invented it for him. Someone developed it. They would hook something to Jefferson's hand back in the 1700s, and as he became president in 1800. So in 1800, he had this thing where he had a contraption to his hand that when he would write a letter or sign it, it was attached to another pen mimicking his exact signature. So it was 2 times efficient. Like he had doubled his efficiency, by 100%. He increased it. And I thought that was an interesting thing. The Autopen, in a weird way, goes back to President Thomas Jefferson in the 1800s. Now, I'm going to try to picture this again. They have these kind of straps, contraption on his hand. So when he's writing a letter or signing thing, and they did a lot of things by letter, there's one being written right next to him, and it actually, like historically, would match his signature almost perfectly. But they called it a polygraph, and you could understand why, it moving up and down. And then we have the modern polygraph that we give people to see if they're lying. That's really the start of the Autopen. The modern Autopen came in with Truman. Now there's a group called the Oversight Project, and according to the Oversight Project, and they are definitely a right-leaning think tank. They went through, and I guess they, every document that they're able to get, because it's all public record, all of Biden's signed documents were with the Autopen. Every one. I think that's every document he ever signed as president was using this Autopen. There was only one time he did not use the Autopen, and that was when he wrote the letter about dropping out of the race. That's the only time he actually put his hand, ink to paper, on the letter. That's the only time in his presidency. And so that Autopen was being heavily used by Joe Biden. The first time I saw the Autopen was I was actually an intern for a Democrat back in college. I interned for Senator Bill Bradley, what they call him, Dollar Bill. He was a great basketball player for the New York Knicks. But that's the first time I ever saw the Autopen, and that's back in the 1980s. So this Autopen's been around for a long time, a very long time. So now we're going to get into the legality of the Autopen. So in George W. Bush, in his administration, I guess maybe there were conversations coming up about how this Autopen was being used, but the DOJ at the time, the legal counsel for George Bush in 2005, put out an opinion that staff could use the Autopen on the behalf of the president to sign legally binding agreements. Okay, so this is really important if this thing proceeds with Joe Biden, because it's going to go back to precedent, and it's going to go back to some of the rulings and some of the laws that have come up in the last couple of decades. So the legal counsel for Bush puts out an opinion that says the staff can use an Autopen for the president's signature, but this is key. And remember this: if this kind of story if it has legs, the key is the president must make the decision to sign. He has to have the intent to sign. Now, because Biden seemed so mentally incapacitated that did he really make the decision, and did he really have the intent? That's kind of the issue being raised by Donald Trump and the administration, and a lot of people on the right who believe that, these things were just getting signed. President Biden had no clue. But it's that this opinion that was put out by the Bush people, the DOJ, I think it was the Department of Justice and his legal counsel within the Justice, once they put that out, both Obama and the Biden administrations accepted it fully. They started using this Autopen all the time. So that's that's a very important thing. Now, what's interesting, in Trump's first term, he never used it. They're trying to, there's people now kind of trying to dig it up so they can do a gotcha with Trump. But Trump would only use it for a correspondence, with the American people, if he was writing a general letter, if he was sending out a memorandum. But he never did it. So far, they haven't found anything where he signed it in his first administration, which was a binding legal agreement. I don't think they have anything on him. And as a matter of fact, when I look at the clock right now, and we're coming back to this Autopen, I got a lot more to say on it. But I think Jimmy wants to take me to commercial. So I think we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Think Gallows for dads and grads. Enjoy a sumptuous meal at Gallows in the Northeast. Online, gallowsandburgerbar.com. Savor an incredible variety of homemade food, delicious soups, delectable clams casino, sweet and spicy salmon, the best chicken parm, all from their scratch kitchen. Visit Harv's Burger Bar. Get the French onion burger or the Harv's Burger, the shrimp mac and cheese. Quality, variety, and value. Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar. Gallowsandburgerbar.com. Ask about their beautiful event space for your next gathering. Gallowsandburgerbar.com.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, welcome back to the Kalin and Company show this Memorial Day on 1210 WPHT in Philadelphia. If you're on the way down to the shore listening, if you're not near a radio, get that Odyssey app out. We're going to be here from 6 to 10. It's big Memorial Day weekend. It's also Metallica weekend. Metallica's in town. I think my son was there Friday night, and he got in late last night. You buy like a double ticket, and then they play two different sets. So, and God, concert tickets are expensive. But anyway, so it's a big weekend here in Philly. Unbelievable. Metallica is still like rocking it. Like I saw them last year. I wasn't even a big fan. My 19-year-old turned me on to them, among other different types of music. But anyway, before we went to the break, we're talking about the Autopen. Joe Biden, that his aides and the people who were surrounding him were signing documents that he had no intent to sign. That's kind of the case they're trying to make. I think it's a difficult case. Not that it's not possible. Anything was possible with what the Democrats were up to. So I left it off that in around 2005, everything, if this keeps going, it's going to get very legal. So in 2005, the Bush administration, his Department of Justice, put out a legal letter saying that aides could use a Autopen to sign any legal binding agreements on the president's behalf. The most important thing is that the president wanted it signed, that he had the intent was that he was saying, yeah, get this document, bring it over to the Autopen and sign it. The question that people are asking, did Biden even ask for some of these things to be signed? And his aides and staff just went out and used the Autopen to sign them. And Trump is focused in on the pardons and commutations that he made. So then what I was saying is after that, Obama, he used the Autopen all the time, as did George W. Bush. Biden used the Autopen, but in the Trump first administration, they haven't found any legally binding document that Donald Trump actually used the Autopen for. And I'm going to tell you, that is and this is a compliment to Trump. Everyone I just named, the other presidents, none of them were really ever in a business executive position. So that's a business instinct about Trump, not letting anyone use the Autopen to sign legally binding documents. Because, hey, if you're not paying attention, maybe someone would start throwing things you had no intent of signing through that Autopen. But why it's a business instinct. In a lot of businesses, you set up checks and balances, for example, like the checkbook. Like the controller cannot write a check to pay a vendor. And believe me, you ever issued tons of payments unless it was signed off. If it was under $10,000, and I'm talking about all small, medium-sized businesses, if it was under $10,000, you trust your controller to do it. If it was a $50,000 check or more, you had to come in and get the owner to sign it. Or if it was $100,000, you had to get two partners to sign it. But that's kind of a business instinct that you're always making sure even your own people are doing the right things. Even with contracts, like you could have a guy in a purchasing department, but once it got to a certain level for him to purchase something, they had to bring it to another person at an executive office, that would go up into the executive office. So the person running the organization, when it got to the really big things, that he was able to ask any questions. If you were signing off on a $5 million contract, he'd want to initial it, say. So that instinct about Trump, because it is easy to use the Autopen. You just say to your staff, as the president of the United States, just go sign it. It's just easier to do that instead of what Trump did was any legal binding agreement that I am signing on to as the president of the United States, I want you to bring it to me. I want to see it. I don't want you to run it through the Autopen. So Trump's background, once again, as a business guy, it works in favor for the American people, quite frankly. And it's interesting. Every president has a secretary of staff, and that's a lawyer group. That and there's Kavanaugh was the Supreme Court justice was a secretary of staff for George Bush. That means before Bush would sign anything or make a decision to sign. See, that's the thing with the Autopen. These lawyers would look at it and hand it to him, and they'd have to travel with them on Air Force One. So he would read it, agree to it, and then probably give it to his staff to then go sign it with the Autopen. With Donald Trump, he would sign it with his own handwriting. So that is that's the thing about the Autopen. Trump never used it, and they can't find a legal document where he wasn't a binding legal document that Trump didn't sign with his own hand. He didn't use the Autopen. Now, the pardons and commutations, that has been challenged in the court. And there was a ruling that came out, I don't know in what year. The U.S. Courts of Appeal in 2024 specifically said that the Autopen could be used for pardons and commutations. So that's a problem. I mean, that's good for the Biden people. It might not be good for us, but with the people that are pushing this case. So the courts have ruled that the Autopen could be used for pardon and commutations, and Trump seems to be all over that. And that is definitely a big plus for the Biden administration. But the ruling didn't cover executive orders, treaties, or memoranda. So there's no court ruling on that. So that brings us to another whole stage about this Autopen. Like, is there a case against Biden and the Biden people? There's nothing in the Constitution says that you can't use an Autopen. And there's nothing in the Constitution that says you can use an Autopen to sign a legal binding agreement. It's not in the Constitution. It's like the Anton Scalia rule, like abortion. There's nothing in the Constitution that says you can't have an abortion. There's nothing in the Constitution that says you can't have an abortion. That's why the Supreme Court justices kicked it to the states, because it's not a federal constitutional issue. It's a state issue. So when we get to the Autopen, that is a federal issue. But since there's nothing in the Constitution about it, obviously, there's nothing about an Autopen in the Constitution, that means the Congress needs to make a law. And the Congress will need to make the law to specifically say, what could be signed by an Autopen and what can't be signed by an Autopen. And if it goes to the Supreme Court, it's kind of it's quite complicated. And as they say, but the Supreme Court doesn't write laws. That's kind of the point I'm saying. The 9 people on the Supreme Court, as Anton Scalia said, all who went to the Harvard and Yale law schools, are not a legislative body that writes laws. They're not. They just rule if the law is legal under the Constitution. And I do want to caveat one thing. It was that way for a long time, that everyone on the Supreme Court either went to the Yale or Harvard Law School. Well, they do have Justice Barrett, who went to Notre Dame. So that's a little bit of change in history. So the only way this this Autopen thing and going after Biden's aides for using it, I guess you would say, illegally, you're going to need testimony from higher-up aides turning on Biden. And under the threat of perjury, they tell Congress that they knew the president did not authorize some of the things that they had signed and that Biden did not have intent. So you're going to really have to get like some high-level whistleblower to come in and say, yeah, this guy and this woman were doing that, and they were signing these Anita Dunn, or allegedly, I'm just making up a name in his office, who was working under him, that they were signing this without the permission of the president or the intent of the president. Now you could drag Biden up to clarify his intent on whatever agreement he signed, any commutation, pardon, or law. You could pull him up, but they tried to do that already, and he was determined. He was too out of his. I don't want to say what would you say? He's too cognitively declined to even go in front of to be put on trial. So, and we know Joe Biden is not going to go up there and testify against that his people were signing laws against his will. So that's a fantasy. So that's not going to happen. And what I'm trying to say to you, this is not something to get all supportive behind, because it's such a long shot. It would really become a he said, she said, and it would it probably wouldn't go anywhere. And I'm telling you, the Supreme Court wouldn't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole. I think the conservative justice would even run for it. But so this is a very, very steep climb for Trump. Or for the right, who, because when you get on X and you see the social media, we're going to get some of the stuff reversed that Joe Biden did because of the Autopen. You don't have the law behind you. I don't think it's going to happen. If you're listening out there and you disagree with me, or if you think I'm missing a part that maybe I should be looking at it a different way, give me a call here at 855-839. I just screwed that up. 855-839-1210. How could I forget that? But I got it now, so we're good. So if you'd like to call and you want to talk about this Autopen, I kind of laid out the case for you. So you tell me if you think I'm right or if you think I'm wrong. But I could be missing something. But I think it's going to be. I really do think it's a tough case to bring against the Trump people. There's plenty of, and the truth is too, we got so much to do going forward. Like sometimes going back to these things, I know it's fun to do and talk about it on X and on Facebook and argue with people that the pen was doing everything and Joe Biden was completely incapacitated and he was not running the country. But I don't think we're going to win that. We could spend a lot of energy on it, but there's too many other big things out there. And I said right before we went to the break, the Ukraine thing is going to be very, very challenging for Donald Trump. Because anything in life, if you go in to clean up, turn around a company that was they weren't keeping the books, the product was being paid poorly. When you go to try to fix someone else's problem, it's difficult. It's really difficult. And Ukraine is one of those things that I think that the Trump administration is going to have to be very careful about. I wouldn't even be surprised if Putin will need an escalation over in Ukraine to get him to come to the table. And what that means is everything that we don't want to do and that's war or escalating war or spending more money over there or sending more weapons over there. My instincts are telling me that Trump's going to get frustrated because they're not going to be making any progress. And he might have, and he knows negotiations. If you're not, he doesn't like to lose a negotiation. And he knows about leverage. He understands leverage. And if he needs to get leverage by sending, increasing the weapons, who knows, starting a no-fly zone, things that we're horrified about. He might have to do that. And I know a lot of people who are really against the Ukraine war. It's an easy war to be against. It's a bloodbath over there. So I would, if you have any opinions on that, feel free to put it into the chat or give us a call at 855-839-1210. Jimmy, I didn't screw that one up that time. Anyway, before we got a break coming up, but before we do, I'll give you a quick story about working in a mailroom with an Autopen. So when I was in college, I went to be an intern at Senator Bradley's office. He actually was a Democrat, but the way you would get those jobs, the way I got that internship is I knew the president of the Irish Bergen Association. And the voting Irish bloc in Bergen County, New Jersey, he was able to call down there and get me an internship. And back then it looked really good on your resume. And the world wasn't as politicized back then, meaning, even if you were on the right, if you were a Republican at the time and your family was Republican and you worked for a Democrat, to get that on your resume, it really wasn't a big deal. But when I was working for Bill Bradley, and I'll tell you right now, I wasn't a great student, but I was at Gettysburg College, and I got this intern. I go down to Washington, D.C., and they make you go in there, and a lot of smart kids, like kids from really good schools from all over. There was about a group of 25 of us for the winter session to be interns, and they make us write a letter on a topic that you would have to talk to a constituent about. And so everyone goes back into their little cube. This is back in the 80s, and you write your response to a constituent. And then what they would do, they would review how you responded, how your writing skills were, how you framed the argument back. And the aides would kind of draft what intern they wanted on their team to help them write some of these responses. So we all write our letters, and mine was about testing on animals or whatever. I knew nothing about it, never even heard the subject. There was no AI back then. There was no internet. So I write some terrible response. I'm sure my grammar was awful. And we go in, we sit down, and now they're going to tell you what team, what legislative aid you're going to work with. And the guy goes, before we get started, Tom, right over there, Tom Hazelby. Hey, Tom, any interest in working in the mailroom? And I was like, I think I'm being honored. He's picking me out to go work in the mailroom. But that's where they put me, in the mailroom, because I don't think they could. There was no position for me to be responding with any letters to constituents. They put me in the mailroom, which was the greatest job because I got to go all over the Capitol. I would deliver different packages down on the Senate floor. It was wonderful, instead of sitting in the office all day with the other interns, writing these complicated letters, which I wouldn't have been good at. Now look at me now. Now I'm talking about the news. I'm better talking to things probably than writing them. But that was my gig as an intern for Senator Bradley. Matter of fact, in the mailroom with me was a kid named Michael Graham. He was a star basketball player at Georgetown. His grades got so bad that I think the coach down there, I forget his name, he was a legend at Georgetown. These were the big Georgetown-Villanova games back in the day. Michael Graham was put in there to he had to leave school, but they put him in Senator Bradley's office, a basketball player. John Thompson probably knew Bradley, said, hey, just let the kid work there for a couple months, then I'll get him back in another semester. Michael Graham was the sweetest guy. I know, big, tall basketball players. He'd laugh at everything I did and goofing around in that mail office with him. But that was my experience down in D.C. as an intern. But anyway, I think we're going to break right now. We got a commercial coming up, so I'm going to turn it over to Jimmy.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
For over 46 years, TNT Amusements in Southampton, Bucks County has been selling real pinball machines and arcade video games like Pac-Man directly to the home. Why not stop in and see our maze-like showrooms full of these machines and buy one for your family? And guess what? You can rent the same showrooms for a unique private party for any event. Google TNTAmusements.com.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for Autopay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Tom Hazelby. Welcome back to Kalin and Company here at 1210 WPHT in Philadelphia. We're playing a little Metallica. As I said before, Metallica's in town. I guess they did a show Friday night and Sunday night. So it's Memorial Day and it's Metallica weekend. So if you were at the show, love to hear about it. I know my son was there. He said it was really good. You know, when we were talking about Biden and the Autopen, and we're kind of moving off on that. And I'm going to jump back into, with Biden on that tape with the federal prosecutor, who came out and basically just said, I could. If I brought a case against him, it's something like he was I don't have the exact words, but he's like a genteel old man with a very bad memory. I probably couldn't get a conviction, and that that's probably true because it would have been in Washington D.C. You would have had a tough time getting a Democrat convicted like Biden in D.C. It probably wasn't going to happen anyway. And, prosecutors do make decisions, financial decisions. How much is the case going to cost? And I'm not just saying, I'm saying with any case. and what's the likelihood of winning. They can't just, they want to take cases that they think they have a case to win. And he probably said, besides this guy being an old guy who can't remember anything, the chances of me getting a prosecution and wasting all this money, time, and energy, it's not worth it. But one thing people should realize that during Her's when he was doing that interview, and you heard some of the tapes of that interview where Joe sounds distorted, he starts rambling on and going into a different direction. Some of that was intentional. The deposition, what you want to do is try to talk about anything else but the case so you don't get tripped up with perjury or whatever. And that's why I'm never a big believer that Joe Biden was totally out of his mind and totally incapacitated. I think he was stalling the federal prosecutor, Her, and just trying to get off subject as much as often. That it was a strategy. So and a lot of people were saying Joe he was so, and listen, I know he declined cognitively. There's no doubt about that. But he's old. But everyone running around that he had Alzheimer's and he was going to collapse tomorrow. If you were that sick, you can't function. You're not going out. He was just on The View a couple of weeks ago. I mean, it wasn't good. It's not like there's a lot of clarity to what he says, but there never was. He was never that bright. He was never a good speaker. He's not an intellect. He nearly got thrown out of law school for plagiarizing. Never mind plagiarizing. He was never he's not an intellect. But he is a street smart guy, and he knew how to make government work for himself. He got into office at the age of 29 or 30. They swore him in as a U.S. senator. So what he learned to do was navigate Washington D.C. and he did a lot of backslapping. He wasn't an intellectual at any level, but I think in that interview with Her, he was stalling and being as deceptive as possible. And, some of it's organic to him because he is kind of he's kind of dopey in a way. They used to say when Obama made him his vice president, Obama always tried to be good to Joe, like bring him in on certain meetings. He liked having him there because Joe was such a good backslapper. He would go back to the U.S. Senate where Obama was only there long enough to have a cup of coffee. And then he became president. So he needed Joe. That's why he picked him. He needed Joe to go back to the U.S. Senate with all his buddies, because it is a giant country club, regardless if you're a Republican or Democrat. They're more hostile to each other now. But when Joe came up he had tons of friends. It was all, it was one big country club down there. And that's what Obama needed him for. But I've read something that during some of the really intense, important meetings during the Obama administration, Obama would do this thing where he'd like to engage Joe for a short time to give his opinion and then kind of get back to work and really start talking, nuts and bolts about how to fix things. And he would throw things over to Biden. And Biden would just start going off on some, when back in 1950, whatever. He'd just start going off the rails about something, telling a funny story. And they said Obama had a good way of kind of bringing him back to get whatever answer he needed to get out of him and then move on quickly to get away from Joe. So I think there were two things with Joe. I don't think his brain was totally melting. I just think, as Trump always said, he was low IQ and he is old. I mean, that's an old president. I think he's 81 now. But there's some people in their 80s. Look at Trump, man. That guy's full of energy. And there's other people you'll meet at the gym who are in their 80s or on a golf course, and they're sharp as a tack. But Joe's never been that sharp as a tack. But the bigger thing was with Her, he was being deceptive. Another thing is there's no doubt that these illegal documents, Joe had them all over the place. He had them in Delaware. He had them in a warehouse in New York. Then he had them in China. Then he had some some person in his office driving them around someplace. They had him by the car. But the argument that what I didn't understand about her was it's not, they know where the documents were. They had pictures of him, so they know he had classified information when he shouldn't have had it. But what frustrates me is what I never heard from the prosecution, not if he had the documents. We know he had the classified documents. The question is, how was he using the classified documents? No one ever really was bringing that up during when they've been playing those tapes the last few days. I'm like, yeah, of course we knew he had the documents, and you could have prosecuted them. You could have taken them to court over that in a minute. The real thing, what we wanted out of that, which we never got, is how were those documents used? Was that part of the deal that with allegedly that he was doing with Hunter? Some of those documents needed to be shared with other governments or countries to prove that you're worth something. Like when you're selling access is like, oh, you just get to talk to Joe, but you're going to want something for it. And sometimes people will ask, like, I need to see this. I need to know this is what I'm paying for. But we never got that from her, which was a little frustrating to me. But at this point, Biden is over, and sometimes it's not even worth going back. So that's my little thing on Joe Biden and that prosecution that never occurred, because we were hearing for years that we got him now, we're going to get him, he's finished, he's on the ropes, we're going to take him out. So I'm going to move off of that. I'm going to just I'm just reading a headline here about some giant record drone assault on Ukraine, and Russia is pulling up a lot more troops. I also heard something that they sent drones after Putin's helicopter. Ukraine sent drones after Putin's helicopter. Now I'm hearing that there's a giant assault that might occur with Russia sending in tons of drones against Ukraine. And I get back to my other point from before. This cleaning up this mess for Donald Trump, this could be like the thorn in his side. And we got to. It's an important thing that can kind of hurt all the other things that Trump wants to do. Maybe he can walk away. I don't know. I don't know. Can America? We've never done that before, where we just completely just say to the Europeans, "Okay, guys, this is all yours." But if it keeps going bad, it can come back to hurt Trump and his policies and what he's going to try to do. So once again, I am worried about this Ukraine thing. Let's go to break, and we'll be back in a few.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community. From installations overseas to the communities you call home, wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Hey, welcome back to Kalin and Company. This is Tom Hazelby from the Old Gravy Podcast, filling in for Kalin and Company. Today, this Memorial Day, we've been covering a lot of different things. We're going to get on to some new subjects in this hour. At the bottom of the hour, we're going to have we're going to have a guest, ST-6 operator, with the Navy SEALs, SEAL Team 6. He's going to come on. We're going to do a little bit more talking about Memorial Day and what he's up to today on this Memorial Day. And he's Mario Perez. He's very interesting, and I'm going to enjoy talking to him, about his service and about Memorial Day and what it means to all these special ops guys out there who are, get into some really tight and dicey situations, and we definitely lose some. I don't know if I know I found the president's meeting with Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa. I found that I've never seen anything like that. Trump brings in the president of South Africa, actually plays a video for him of some of the politicians in South Africa kind of cheering on killing the Afrikaners, the farmers, the white farmers. And he brings the president in, and then he starts showing him, a video of the graves. Even Trump was like, "Can we turn down the lights or something?" And he really put the South African president on the spot. Now, South Africa is in pretty rough shape, especially economically. So we're trying to do a trade deal with them, and the press came out and said, "Oh, this was a disgrace. He humiliated him. This isn't America. Doesn't do this. This is not how you build partnerships. Everything Trump did was terrible. What he did to the president of South Africa." But then when they asked the president of South Africa what he thought about the meeting with Trump, when you get away from the American media's opinion, the president of South Africa says, "I thought it was a fruitful discussion," and he kind of gave an optimistic review of how he thought the meeting was. Now, I'm sure he was uncomfortable and he didn't like it, but my opinion is this gave him this kind of gave this guy, this president of South Africa, it gave him some leverage to go back to say to the politicians over there, and there's quite a few of them that are kind of promoting this type of violent activity against these white farmers, saying, listen, the economy and our poverty rates are going up. We have a chance now, if we knock off this racial violence over here, I might be able to get a deal with the United States of America with Donald Trump. And the reason Donald Trump did it the first reason is he's saying, I can't do business with you unless you get this in line. And I'm telling the American people, because the American media does not want to cover the racial strife of black on white killing in South Africa. They don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. So Trump is telling this guy, actually giving him some leverage. And what I mean, and I'll say it again, what I mean by that is like, listen, I'm exposing this to the whole world now, what's going over there. And there's people that politically over in your country that are allowing it and encouraging it. Get back there, tell them to knock this stuff off, and then maybe we can do a deal. And but that's what I actually think that was even though it was kind of awkward for Trump to do it, and it was like, wow, I've never seen a guy get called out like this on a global stage. But you know what? It had a purpose, and it had a purpose, and in the long run, it could be good for South Africa, and it could be good for us. Jimmy, I think we have an audio clip, right? Is that available at this moment?
140 race-based laws in South Africa, all anti-white. And 8 days ago, Cyril Ramaphosa, our president, signed into law expropriation without compensation.
So this is in essence, they're taking farms.
Well, they can.
Yeah.
So they haven't implemented it yet. It's been signed into law.
Yeah.
And it's not just farmland. It's property. They can take the watch off my arm and they barely need to justify it. I mean, I liken it to having a loaded gun in the bedroom with kids running around. At some point, somebody's going to pull the trigger. And that's what this law is. And there's so many other laws in South Africa that are anti-white, race-based, and make it almost impossible for businesses to thrive. Do you know that most African countries have Starlink? We don't, because we have a law that every business in South Africa has to have 30% black ownership. And Elon Musk said, I'm not handing over 30% because I have to. We don't have Starlink.
It's insane.
South Africa needs a big wake-up call, and it isn't going to come internally.
So right there, what Donald Trump did is he gave South Africa a wake-up call by laying it out for the president of South Africa, like, listen, you got to get this, you got to go back there, you got to tell people they better knock it off, because there's a lot of political interest there. And what you can see in South Africa is this is a very Marxist movement. What that guy was saying, like, you have to give 30% or Marxist communist movement. You got to give to do business. You got to give your company 30%. So Starlink, Elon Musk, if he goes to do business in South Africa, he's got to give the government 30%. That's what China did to all the American companies who went over there. But they took 50%, and then they stole the know-how, and they stole the internet. They learned the know-how and the intellectual property, and they stole how things were done. And then they don't need the Americans. They don't need the American business anymore. That's so that's what was going on in South Africa. and Trump just did them a favor because they can totally go on with the violence and an increased poverty rate, an economy that the GDP keeps imploding. So they have an opportunity now, that Trump put it on the line. Like, he'll do business with anyone, but go back and get this. You got to go back and you got to get this fixed. And I actually think it was a very positive thing for Trump to do. It was like a total business meeting in your face. This is how you're screwing up, and this is why we can't do business. But if you do this, carrot and stick. If you do this, we can fix this. And if South Africa they have a lot of minerals, they have a lot of resources. If they can build a business relationship with the United States that works for both of us. We used to love giving out business deals to other countries that were all one-sided, but with Trump, it won't be one-sided. There'll be benefit for both parties. It'll be a win-win. And so it's. You would think apartheid being so awful and terrible and disgusting and what people had to live through for generations, that after all of that, pain and suffering, that now you're going to start creating this racial violence, killing all these white farmers. And I think there's been a couple of thousand over the last 10 years. I don't have the statistic in front of me, but to think that you went through this whole apartheid thing, and now you're going to let your country just fall into kind of like a neo-communist hellhole with no economy, tons of poverty, tons of crime. This is it's such an opportunity now for South Africa to kind of turn it around. And Trump's the type of guy that, you turn things around in the country by doing good business. And Trump has kind of, put that out for them. And they have an opportunity to seize this opportunity, because I just think what a waste. And my understanding is South Africa is a beautiful country. Like a beautiful country. Ocean, mountain, it's got it all. And, once again, Trump might be that guy. As much as Democrats' heads are probably exploding as I say this, that, Donald Trump might be the guy that actually helps to turn South Africa, around, because a lot of people don't want to, the media doesn't even want to talk about South Africa, because it doesn't fit a narrative that they want. They would rather talk about about apartheid, which is long gone now, but they probably want to go back down that rabbit hole to talk. They'll talk about that, but they don't want to deal with the reality of the situation on the ground in South Africa right now, because it is it's pretty bad. It's really bad, and Donald Trump just gave that president a good opportunity to go back. So we're gonna hope we'll hope for the best on that. So I think we got to go to break, and we're gonna be back in a couple of minutes with Tom Hazelby sitting in for Kalin and Company here at 1210 WPHT. You can listen on the Odyssey app, or you can give me a call at 855-839-1210. We'll see you in a minute.
At United Tire and Service, they take care of more than just your car. They support your community. That's why this May, they're proud to partner with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Whether you need service or not, stop by your local United Tire location and make a donation, because United Tire will match your gift dollar for dollar to help bring hope, healing, and brighter days to local children and their families. Every donation also gets $50 off 4 new tires to use now or later. Find your nearest location at UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. And I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those three listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kalin and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, welcome back to 1210 WPHT. You're here with Tom Hazelby sitting in for Kalin and Company this Memorial Day. We got 3 guests coming up today at the just in a short time. We're gonna have a Navy veteran on. We're gonna talk about Memorial Day, and he had quite the career with SEAL Team 6. So we're gonna have him on at 7:30. So you're gonna want to stick around for that. And then at 8 o'clock, I'm bringing on Dr. Lewis Keeler, not Kessler, Dr. Keeler. And we're going to talk about the prostate, and obviously we're going to get into the politics of it now. Now that the prostate is part of the political world, unbelievable. But we're going to get into that with Dr. Lou. And later in the show at 9 o'clock, I'm bringing on Charlie Gasparino. He's a senior correspondent for Fox News. He writes good articles in the New York Post, which is a great paper. I love that paper. It's so fun. It's an easy read. It's a fun read, and no one has better headlines than the New York Post. But Charlie Gasparino, he's a Wall Street guy. He's been around a long time. He's a hustler. He's a grinder. He kind of, Wall Street does a lot of forecasting on politics and what they think is going to happen because they're making big bets. They're kind of like, guys in the bookie business, in the betting business. They're studying every player, who's hurt, who's good, who's ready to go. And kind of Wall Street does a lot of that because political leadership is going to affect their bets in the market. So Charlie Gasparino always comes in not only with financial stuff, he gives you he gives you a kind of insight and maybe even what's Wall Street's thinking for the future. I'm not telling you to listen to Charlie's opinion and then go buy calls or puts or short the market or anything like that. It's financial news the financial thing is like a sector that people like, but then when you spin it into the politics, Charlie's really good at that, and I think it gets really interesting. I heard there was a poll the other day, and that Kamala, she's referred to herself in many different names, but there was a poll that she's still leading in Democratic polling, that like she's still the top pick. I think she got 26%. And then I guess, you got the governor of California, you got the governor of Michigan. But I don't know what Democrats are thinking, that if they think they're going to pull Kamala in for another run. But listen, it's an early poll. We're a long way away from the next election. I'm just surprised that anyone's even putting her name down. If you were asked in a poll, that like she'd really be the last person I would think about. I saw a headline today on Fox that she finally came out. She was saying Joe Biden taking the guy's MAGA hat on during the campaign and throwing it on his head was very unhelpful. And, I always wondered why Biden, and I'm going to talk about her for a minute, because it's a mystery to me, that and that they didn't, but even the amount of votes she did get, that if she had become president, I don't know, we'd be going the way of South Africa. I mean, it would have been really a difficult time for everybody. But one thing I would say about her, because when I read that article, said she's finally saying, yeah, Joe Biden putting on that MAGA hat did not help me. And the story is not Joe Biden went out and was like supporting MAGA or whatever. He ran into some guy and they were going back and forth, and he had a MAGA hat on, and Biden put it on his head for 2 minutes. Dumb move, but he was kind of trying to be funny, which he always tries to do. And handed the hat right back. But that was not helpful to Kamala. So the first question, most people think he picked her because of her multi-ethnic background, okay? And that, I'm not saying that wasn't part of it, because Joe said, I have to pick a black woman to be my vice president. I don't know why anyone would do that to themselves and limited who would be the best partner for them as your president, because it's a tough job, and you definitely want everyone around you, to kind of be, smart and sharp. And she failed on that all the time. Like, you couldn't get a straight answer out of her, the word salads. We all know this. We've all been down it. But one thing I will say about her, she is loyal. She was so loyal to Biden. And I haven't seen anyone really kind of dig into why was she so loyal to Biden during the campaign, during her own campaign. Did he have something on her? Like, I mean, I understood there was an article out that she revealed that, or it came out in a book. They're all writing these books now, that she couldn't stand Anderson Cooper. She did a CNN interview with him right after the debate disaster by Biden. And she did the interview, and he kept pressing, like all the American people were pressing, especially Democrats, like, hey, what happened here? How could he be that bad? Why did he look like he was totally out of it? The right's been saying this forever. Like, what really happened that night? What are we up against? And Cooper pressed her a little bit. I don't think it was. I remember seeing the interview. I looked at it a couple of days ago. He just questioned her like anyone would question her, and she totally was like, how dare he? It's so disrespectful. I'm the vice president of the United States, and she kept. I guess her fallback answer was like, he just had an off night. It was one debate, but she took it really, really personal. And But I always wondered, so then once and I understood she had to defend, Kamala had to defend Biden right after the debate, and when all the stories started talking, when all the teams in the Democratic Party started thinking like, oh, do we abandon ship here? We got to get out of here. This is bad. What are we going to do? I understood she had to stand by his side for that time because her people were already thinking, okay, this might be our opportunity right now. We can't blow it. But believe me, Kamala's team was working behind the scenes because they didn't know which way it was going to go either. Was he going to get out? Would she be the pick? Her main goal was, I got to make sure they don't do this kind of quick primary. I got to do whatever I can to stop them from doing a primary. I need to be anointed. And the way I get anointed is I stay close to Joe and his people, even though they're groups, there are all these silos in D.C. Like even when you're the vice president, your team battles with the Biden team. They battle with the old Obama team. It's not like one unified group all marching to the same orders. There's all these silos with different interests. And they kind of, they'll work together when they can, but they'll definitely fight with each other. So that where there was some uniparty and one person controlling Biden and all his team, no way. It's always fragmented. They all have their different teams. So Kamala played it smart right after the thing. She wanted to stay close to Joe and show, as Biden would say, we don't want to show any daylight between us. And she probably of course, of course we're on the same team. This is all before he makes his decision after the debate. She's going to say good things about him, just say it was a blip because she needs to get anointed by him. Where I don't understand the loyalty is I don't understand the loyalty is after she gets the nomination and she can't separate herself from him at all. She won't say, listen, I think we could have done better on this, and this is how I'm going to do it. Every time she would answer that question, she never answered that question. She would just be like, no, I think everything was great. I think on The View, I think that was the worst one. Like, would there be anything you would change? In life, you could ask any normal person, never mind that you just went through a presidency that had an open border, the inflation problems. You can't think of one thing you would do different. I could think of one thing I would do different about what I had for breakfast this morning. And she couldn't come up for one thing. But the question is, she can't be that out of it. The question is, why was she so afraid? You had the nomination. She had the nomination. He already anointed her. She got it. She was in control. But throughout that campaign, she wouldn't say one bad thing about him. And you didn't even have to say something bad about him. You just had to say, hey, what am I going to do a little bit different than he did? And there were so many ways to skin that cat. And you didn't, you can do that without taking Biden and totally throwing him under the bus. So I really wonder, what did he put the fear of God in her, or did his people have something on her that, listen, you step out of this, you say one bad thing about us, about our Biden team, and you get you separate from us, and you're going to pay a huge price. But she didn't even move an inch away from him. And I found that really interesting. And one thing we do know is that Dr. Jill was probably Dr. Jill was losing her mind because she never liked Harris, never liked her after the debates where she pretty much talked about Joe. She went right up the line to call him a racist in the debate. And she also said in interviews, during that primary, that she believed all the women that Joe might have harassed. So Dr. Jill Biden, and I call her Dr. Jill because I'm trying, like, it's ridiculous to call her Dr. Jill. But so I'm, and if anyone knows out, if anyone has any comment on that, like, why once she got that nomination, she didn't start building a little bit of daylight between her policies and what his policies would be. I never got that. It made absolutely no sense to me, and that's something that I think we're going to hear about later, because it doesn't seem they're done purging everything that went on there, because the party has no leadership now. There's no one disciplining them. There's no one putting him in line right now. So I think you're going to keep hearing more of things that people within the Democratic Party, of them starting to shoot each other, a circular firing squad. That's going to go on for a while, and that's going to be good for the midterms. That will be really, really good for the midterms. No leadership, and they're in a circling fire squad. That's going to work in our favor, because those midterms are key. But we're going to go to break, and we're going to be right back with our guests.
Kalin and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Whether it's Pennsylvania or New Jersey, obviously New York, the Northeast, they might have the best little mom-and-pop bakeries of any region of the country. Whether it's tomato pie or delicacies and desserts, cannolis. No wonder why we're all fat in the Northeast.
The bike ride is 2 months from tomorrow, so, there's still plenty of time to train if you're not in bike shape.
Start your day with Kalin and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Something amazing is happening in business. More companies are turning to Mac. From finance to fulfillment, CDW will seamlessly support Mac integration into your organization. With the power of Apple Silicon, best-in-class security, and compatibility across your favorite apps, your team will have the performance they need and the tools they love. Make amazing happen. Mac and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/Apple.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Father's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for dads and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Enjoy the spring weather with some of your favorite tequila and bourbon brands. Head into your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit store to take advantage of $2 off 750-milliliter bottles of El Jimador and Herradura Silver Tequila. Also, the world's first Reposado Tequila, Herradura Reposado. And finally, Woodford Reserve Bourbon, the official bourbon of the Kentucky Derby. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack & Coke or Jack & Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty 7% ABF. Jack Daniel's Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Property Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With the Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series tankless water heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, welcome back to Kalin and Company this Memorial Day. This is Tom Hazelby sitting in for the Kalin and Company team. What time? It's 7:35. Okay, we're moving along here. I'm going to be bringing on a guest. I want to give you a little background on him. He's an ST-6 operator. Well, he's retired now. And like I said before, I don't know if a Navy SEAL team member is ever retired, but he's an ST-6 operator from SEAL Team 6. His name's Mario Perez, and like all SEALs operators, he's done all type of things that these American warriors do. You know, jumping out of planes, boats, diving, taking on bad guys. But what I find so interesting about Mario is he was an ordnance specialist with SEAL Team 6. That means the bomb guy. That's the guy, don't touch the red wire type of stuff. The Hurt Locker movie. But I once talked to Mario about the Hurt Locker movie. I'm not going to get into that today, but he can only watch it for 20 minutes because you know that when Hollywood does stuff, they take it to like this whole other level that is just so unrealistic, especially if you've lived it like Mario has. And when you talk about a background to be an operator, Mario was raised in South Florida. You know what? With no air conditioning. With no air conditioning, he was raised in South Florida, so you know that's going to toughen you up. And he was a wrestler, and another thing about him, he's got an engineer's type brain. So I want Jimmy. Let's bring Mario Perez on, Master Chief Mario Perez. Welcome to the Kalin Company show. How are you, Mario?
Hey, I'm great, Tom. How you doing?
It's great to have you here today on this Memorial Day. We're doing the show. This is a Philadelphia show, and you were in Philadelphia not too long. You were here for the NCAA Wrestling Championships, correct?
I was, yeah. That was amazing. Epic. Always good to go to Philly, and obviously this was an epic NCAA tournament. So yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, no, college wrestling seems to get bigger and bigger. Matter of fact, I'm just thinking right now is that President Trump actually showed up for that, correct?
Yeah, he was there. He actually sat right in front of me. I was supposed to be front row center for the finals, and then ended up getting bumped a couple sections down towards the corner, but still front row, and ended up being right behind Trump and team when they showed up.
Oh, that's pretty cool. The fact that you have the president of the United States, Trump goes to a lot of the MMA stuff, but to go to the collegiate wrestling, I thought wow, that's another big push for wrestling when the president shows up. And what you've shared with me before is wrestlers tend to make good special operators.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know about all of the other services. I'm sure they're pretty similar, but I know as the SEALs as a whole, by and large, the biggest contributing athletic background to be a Navy SEAL is wrestling with about 40%, followed by water polo at 15 and swimming at 10.
That's an interesting statistic.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
but it says a lot. Just it's the same mindset. It's the same selfless sport. Just as being a SEAL is all about being selfless and sacrificing for something other than yourself. So there's a lot of similarities between the two for sure.
And where most of your career, where were you based out of, Mario?
I was in about 27 years, or a little over 27 years, and I did 20 of those in Virginia Beach. First when I came in at Little Creek Amphibious Base, And then I came back to Dam Neck, which is where SEAL Team 6 is at, and I spent about 18 years there.
How many deployments? When you were in, so let's say you were in for 27 years, so you're in right before 9/11, and then when you think of the volume of work that special operators and the SEAL teams were doing after 9/11, that was a busy time, I assume.
Yeah, folks in the military are always busy, but post 9/11 was busy on a whole nother level, especially if you're at an operational unit. And it doesn't matter if you're at SEAL Team 6 or if you're at a dive unit or a boat unit or a pilot or a ground pounder. Your nation's under attack, and we're going to war. And then obviously Iraq kicked off shortly after that. So now we're in war on two fronts. But yeah, I averaged for the first 5 or 6 years after 9/11, I averaged about 10 months a year away from home. Not always in combat, but either in combat or at home or somewhere else training to go right back, because this was obviously a long war. We knew it was going to be a long war. So we'd get home from deployment. We'd have about 5 days to meet and greet our families, and then we'd be back on the road getting ready for the next deployment.
That's it. I'm glad you kind of went through that. The time, like how much time that you're away from family, and you're out doing your job, and that when you talk about commitment and sacrifice, this is the perfect day for people out there listening to understand that's the volume of work that you got to get done, especially in wartime. But today is Memorial Day, and I do know you're headed up to the National Navy SEAL Museum in Fort Pierce, Florida, and you're going there. Today's a day where we honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice. You're going up with your wife Jane, and my wife Renee is actually joining you on that trip. I'm here in Philadelphia on the radio, so I couldn't make it, but I hopefully I get a rain check on that. But tell us about today. The Navy SEAL Museum. I wasn't familiar with it until I got down into the South Florida area, living there, and of course still living up here in the Philadelphia area. So what's today all about? What's the museum all about?
Well, the museum is located at Fort Pierce, Florida, Hutchinson Island, which happens to be the home of UDTs, underwater demolition teams, and then ultimately the Navy SEALs. So the museum has been here for several decades. I remember visiting as a kid early on in high school. But today, today is a day that the museum has a very big ceremony. I don't want to call it a celebration, but a memorial, obviously.
Yep.
Where a lot of people come together. The museum is free to the public today. We'll have some guest speakers. We'll have a lot of my former teammates. And today's a day that we get together and we remember. The sacrifices that, so many Americans, not just, SEALs and members of the Naval Special Warfare, but people long before we've been around, the sacrifices that they've made so that, I could be coming up here and enjoying just another day. So, yeah, today's the day we all get together. We remember, we're thankful. Hopefully you bring family if you can. This is not a time where you want to be alone or you want to celebrate by yourself. This is a time where it's important to bring the next generation so that you're always instilling in them, what it is that they should be grateful for.
Yeah.
And as you said, I'm bringing, my wife and your lovely wife, Renee, but I'm also bringing my son, who wants to follow in my footsteps to some degree. And there's nothing really more important than making sure that he remembers what today's about and what the freedoms and the liberties that we have as a result of the sacrifice and selflessness of so many before us.
Yeah, no, that's I was kind of covering, my thing. Just my dad, also in the U.S. Navy in World War II, going to Memorial Day with him, and it's funny. I encourage people, if you just get a little bit of taste of it, like going to one of these ceremonies, which are going on in a lot of towns and cities. And it just makes you think a little bit, and that's really what this day is about, is just to take a minute of these men and women that have gone out and made this the ultimate sacrifice. And, this was a question. It's not a question. It's something I read, but I don't think people even understand the amount of, especially with special operators, how many are even killed in training over the years. Just because the training for some of the stuff that has to be done by special operators, you might not even be in warfare. Just getting ready for warfare, there's high risk for that too. And some people make either through injury, which there's a ton of injury, or they do lose their life just getting ready to do that. That's. I think we got to. I'm sure we're, thinking of them today on Memorial Day.
Of course, we have a saying in my former line of work that goes: "Train hard, fight easy." Our training is almost always much more difficult than any real world mission that I've ever been on, and I've been on a lot of them. But that is intentional. We want to show up at the battlefield and absolutely dominate, without question, regardless, of what comes to meet us. And we do. So, every aspect of training that we do, and this is across the military in general, every aspect of training that we do is really based on the absolute worst case scenario that you could ever imagine running into. That way, when bad times show up, you're already prepared, and you can just look at it in the face and smile, and you know that you're ready for something that the enemy is not. So yeah, we've lost lots of friends and teammates, and lots of service members in training. I remember I was down in 2008 down in Miami, and I just finished. I was the pallbearer of a teammate that had died in Iraq, and we just got done loading his casket into the hearse, and it was on its way to get cremated. And we gathered for a group photo because we had teammates come from all over the world, and several of them came from Iraq, to escort our teammate home. And as we're gathered, for the group photo with about 50 of us, a couple of our teammates' phones rang, and one of our teammates who was still active had just died in a parachute accident out in Arizona.
Wow.
Tommy Valentine. Tommy Valentine was his name. Great operator. But, it's a reminder that, the training that we do is often more difficult. And, to be honest with you, that I've actually had 2 bad parachute incidences, and they were all in training, none of them in combat. And, it's what we do to make sure that we are better than everybody else on the battlefield.
And when you think of that training, when you said parachute, you've had 2 type of what I would say incidents or whatever. What would just for the listeners, there's so many things, when you're as being part of the SEALs, there's diving and jumping out of planes and going underwater and. What's an example of what goes wrong, and how'd you fix it?
Well, the first time I had an issue, we were jumping out as a large group. It was in training. I was going through Green Team, which is the selection course that you've got to go through to be an operator at SEAL Team 6. Long story short, our entire class is jumping out of the plane along with our instructors. We're doing what is known as an unknown drop zone, meaning we've never jumped it before.
Right.
And we're jumping out over the mountains, and we're doing it in a zero illume situation, meaning the sun is down and the moon is down. So if you see any light, it's from a city, 20, 30 miles over the horizon. That might give you a little bit of a glimpse of light, but you're not going to see that really until you're until you're down close to the ground. But long story short, we all jumped out, instructors and students, and nobody in our group saw the markings for the drop zone, which was just it's a handful of lights, white lights and a green light and a red light to indicate wind direction. But long story short, all the instructors and the jumpers never saw the markings for the LZ, where we were supposed to land. And the only guy who saw him was the guy who sent us out of the plane, who was an instructor as well. But long story short, we ended up having to gather as a group. We could see each other, but we couldn't see the drop zone where we're supposed to land. So, and downside is we were over the mountains, so you couldn't just go. Yeah. You couldn't just go upwind and hope for the best, because we were over some very austere terrain. So long story short, we did our best to get in a line and follow each other, because the worst thing. Worse than hitting the side of a mountain at 40 miles an hour is having a rap with one of your teammates at even just a couple hundred feet. Then things get ugly quick. So long story short, we ended up, as best we could, getting in the line, following our lead jumper, who happened to be a former leapfrog, and basically followed him into the mountains. And you couldn't, until you started hitting about 50 or 70 feet, is when you could actually start seeing some terrain features, either peaks or the big Seguro cactuses and whatnot. But, long story short, I smacked into the side of a mountain doing about 40 miles an hour.
Oh, 40 miles. Wow. 40 miles an hour.
Well, our chute by itself does about 27.
Right.
So if there's zero wind speed, you're doing about 27 miles an hour. Obviously we try to land into the wind, because that helps mitigate and soften our landing. But as it was, we happened to be going a little bit with the wind, and it was hauling butt. But I walked away. I didn't break any bones. I filleted my leg open a little bit. My lead jumper, who was the leapfrog, ended up smacking into a tree and broke an arm. Had a stick in his eye and a lot of other issues. But fortunately, he survived. He was down a little bit longer than I was. Ultimately, we both still graduated green team and went to our assault teams and ended up making
the story thank God it had a good ending. But I guess the other thing too is, once you experience something like that, you then know how bad it could have been too, because once things go bad, it can spin out of control. So I guess when you get back on your feet, you're like, wow, that could have ended completely different.
The one thing the military is really good about, like I said, we train hard, fight easy. We are constantly training for the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
And I can give you a lot of other situations another time, but when bad things happen, we don't think, we act.
Yep.
And that's because we've spent so much time imagining that exact scenario or something very close. And you just automatically go into action. You don't think about it. There's no emotion involved. If there was, and I don't care who you are, if you bring emotion into it, you're probably going to screw something up. So, when situations like this happen, you just act, and there is no time to think. And the time to think is later on that night, or while you're going to bed. You're like, damn, that was pretty close. That could have been ugly. After you kind of get down and you start, relaxing, your parasympathetic nervous system kicks in, and you're just, you're thinking about your family and whatnot. And, that's when you can start bringing a little emotion into it. And, like everything, you got to get right back on that horse the next opportunity you have. And eventually it all goes away, and you're grateful for the training that you had.
Yeah, no, we got to go to break, but I want to say something, Mario. That expression, train hard, fight easy. I love that. It's a great phrase. As a matter of fact, even if you're not out doing what all these special operators or any of these military guys are doing, like that's a good thing to do for yourself in any thing that you're taking on, any type of challenge. You want to train hard for it, so when you actually do it, it's easier. Train hard, fight easy. I think that's great. Enjoy your day up there on Memorial Day. It's such a great day to think about all those sacrifices, and a lot of the guys that you worked with, Tommy Valentine. God bless him, and we thank all those guys for what they did. And have a great day. Have a happy Memorial Day. And I want to thank you again for being on the Kalin and Company show today. And if you want to hear more about Mario, he was on the Old Gravy podcast with me, where we break down the Mexican cartels being labeled as a terrorist organization. And Mario goes through a lot of different experiences, how he became a special operator. It's a great listen. You can find that on the Old Gravy podcast. Mario, thanks for coming on. We're going to go to commercial. Thanks.
Thanks for having me, Tom. Take care.
Take care now.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but two of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2020.
A full bathroom remodel isn't always needed. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Emmons. Sometimes small upgrades can make a big difference. Whether it's a new vanity, maybe modern fixtures, or a new layout, Emmons delivers stunning transformations all within your budget. Call us today at 856-556-3229. Visit our Cherry Hill showroom or check us out online at callemmons.com and let Emmons make your bathroom beautiful again. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Something amazing is happening in business. More companies are turning to Mac. From finance to fulfillment, CDW will seamlessly support Mac integration into your organization. With the power of Apple Silicon, best-in-class security, and compatibility across your favorite apps, your team will have the performance they need and the tools they love. Make amazing happen. Mac and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/Apple.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Hey, welcome back to Kalin and Company. Tom Hazelby sitting in for the team today. This Memorial Day, everybody's probably getting up and about. Either they're at the shore, they headed to the Poconos. But this is it's a day that hey, you're gonna have some fun. But you know, if you get a minute, think about all those guys that never came home on this Memorial Day after paying the ultimate sacrifice. And I hope you enjoyed Mario Perez, special operator's done some amazing stuff, and he's a guy I'd like to have on again and get to hear some of the adventures he's been on. Really interesting stuff. I love that. Train hard, fight easy. Now, my next guest, I mean, you know what? You could take that philosophy in life, train hard and fight easy. That means he's a medical doctor, and you got to train real hard so that when you get in there to do surgery and work with the patient, you're ready to go. So I'm going to be bringing on, let me give you a little bit of background, Dr. Louis Keeler. He's with Summit Urology, which is a division of Summit Health, and they have offices here in South Jersey. And Dr. Lou has been practicing for 39 years, and he specializes in prostate cancers. And I thought Dr. Lou would be good to come on for two reasons. And the first reason is we're going to kind of do a public service announcement about, for men and about the prostate. And at the same time, I'm going to want to talk to Dr. Lou about the recent diagnosis with President Biden. He has prostate cancer now. This came out about a week ago, and it has metastasized into his bones, which is that's a tough stuff, and no one's going to know more about that than Dr. Lou. So, Dr. Lou, I want to welcome you to 1210.
Good morning, Tom.
How are you, Dr. Lou?
Doing great. Happy Memorial Day.
Happy Memorial Day to you. So, I have a couple of questions for you before we get into the politics. I actually called this prostate and politics segment. But before I want to ask you a couple of questions. Just like I am a regular guy and as a patient. But when it comes to the prostate and getting going to see your doctor about it, what age do you recommend men start getting screened?
Well, our organization, the American Urologic Association, recommends screening by age 50. And in higher risk patients with family history of prostate cancer or African American men, even 45 or younger.
And there's two tests that they give you, and there's the PSA blood test, and then there's the digital rectal exam. Are both of these something that once when you get to 50, should you be getting both of these once a year? Is that the recommendation?
Well, the PSA for sure, and most of us still also do a digital rectal exam on entry, although it's not quite as important as it used to be. But most things start with PSA screening at age 50, and the intervals can vary after that from 1 to 2 years, or possibly even more, depending on what your initial PSA is and your overall risk factors. But 1 year is a good starting point. Yeah,
so I can't even remember how long I've been doing it. So I go regularly to a urologist, and obviously even my general practitioner, he does the PSA blood test, then he sends it over to the urologist, and he does the the digital exam every year too, and so that's just like part of my normal routine every year. But I have the question because I've had like some discussions with friends, like, a lot of men are uncomfortable with that. But listen, this is where the question's going to come from. But I hope some ladies are listening to this too, because if your boyfriend or your husband, if you hear this, you can encourage them, because this is a disease, Dr. Lou, that you if you catch it early, you can control it, and there's so much treatment for it, but early detection is key. Is that correct?
That is correct, and sometimes we don't treat it. Actually, low-risk prostate cancer, which can be 25 or 30% of prostate cancer, we sometimes do something called active surveillance, where we keep a close eye on you with periodic PSA tests, imaging, other tests, and periodic biopsies, in the hopes that you won't progress, and many of these patients never need therapy. On the other hand, we want to prevent metastatic disease like what's happened recently, so we do want early identification.
And here's another question. It's kind of like an awkward question. Like, my friends would be like, oh, I don't want to, I know my doctor, he's my, my internist or my GP. Like, I always say to them, like, just go to a urologist, first of all. And this, when you go to a urologist, when they do the exam that men are so uncomfortable about, it literally lasts no more than 2 or 3 seconds. And I always say that the urologist does this so much. He knows what to feel for. It's very quick. It's painless. It's done so quick. It's like, it's not awkward. It's just, you just get it done. And so, like, I guess my question is it good to is it okay if your internist does it, or are you really better off going to the physician? That's his specialty. He knows what to feel for, and he's he just is very efficient. Is there a difference?
Well, probably. We're certainly okay if the internist skips it and sends it to us.
Yeah,
we're okay with that.
Yeah, no, I actually.
So sometimes we hate to see somebody have it. Is being the same age as you, Tom, relatively. It's a little uncomfortable, and so we'd rather just have one as opposed to two.
Yeah, no, I get it. That's and that's how I've been operating, and so this is what men need to do, and a lot of men are afraid of doctors. You know that, Dr. Lou.
Absolutely, we recommend like I said, age 50, get that initial PSA. If it's very low, you may not need that much screening. On the other hand, if it's normal but mildly elevated, you should be seeing urology.
Absolutely. It's it's funny. My wife marches off to the doctor like it's no big deal, but for me, and I believe me, I'm very I do everything I have to, but there is like an emotional thing for guys going to the doctors, and so if you do feel that way, you're hesitant or whatever, just get it done, just do it. And march for it. But there is men have like a psychological thing about doctors. Not all men, but I know a lot of the guys I run with. They're like, I got to go to the doctor, like it's the end of the world. But you got to do it, and you got to get it done. So let's move into with President Biden. Were you surprised with this diagnosis of prostate cancer that now is metastasized to his bones? As it like what if you're sitting home watching the news, you're not like. This is your profession. You know the ins and outs of this. What's your first reaction when you heard it?
I was surprised because he's former president of the United States, and I was surprised to learn that he wasn't getting regular PSA screening after age 72. And by the way, when his doctor recommended to stop screening, which is what we heard happened. Of course, we don't know everything. It wasn't inappropriate at that time. He was 72. I just could have felt like, wow, he's vice president or president. We should make them get screening regardless of the regular rules for you and I.
Yeah. So his last test, because I actually started doing the timing on this. So his last test was in 2014. So he still has 2 years left as the vice president. He's a heartbeat away from the presidency. I guess they go to Walter Reed. They do, they get their annual checkups and physicals every year. He's 71 years old. Today he's 82, so he had not had a PSA test for 11 years. As one of the most, powerful men in the world, it's very unusual.
I think, I think it's different for presidents and now, of course, American popes. They should get screened a lot. I mean, and 71, he was a pretty, as I recall, pretty vigorous too. And we don't do much new PSA testing at 80, really.
Right.
We're mostly following people, or people have stopped screening by then. So, but his problem didn't start this year. Unbeknownst to him, apparently, this thing was percolating for at least 3 to 5 years, and I don't know how it was affecting him. So it's a little surprising because he was vice president and president. But it sounds like he was listening to his doctor. But I think most of us would agree to hold a different standard for our high-level executives in screening.
No, absolutely. Let me, there's, obviously the talk in the political circles and in the public is that, he looked like he was weak and he was tired. And, obviously he had the debate where he seemed totally out of it. Could that have been, what are the kind of the symptoms of what, was he demonstrating any symptoms, you think?
Well, I don't think he had cognitive problems. If he has untreated prostate cancer, I don't think anything he had as a cognitive problem affects it. Obviously, his shuffling gait and other things could be due to other aging processes. We don't know. From what I understand, and again, we have limited information, he has limited metastatic bone disease as opposed to all over. So, again, is this hearsay? And I don't know. So it didn't help him, but I'm not sure how much it hindered his other, he has a lot of other aging processes that are a threat to him.
Yeah. But the question is and not even from a cognitive standpoint, just like you heard about that he was tired, like he was trying to do the debates and he was sleeping more. Like what I guess I'm asking, would they be some symptoms of a prostate cancer that is now kind of spread, like where you would feel fatigue? I don't know.
I don't think so. Interestingly, if he had advanced prostate cancer that was being treated, those would be some of the symptoms of the treatment.
Right. Yep.
But that doesn't sound like that was the case.
No, it's that's it. Yeah, because whatever the treatment would be, that would start beating you up a little bit.
Some of the treatments of hormonal therapies can make you tired and things like this. But I know this doctor. I think his name is Dr. Gupta. He had all the PSAs on President Bush, Obama, and Trump, and it sounds and couldn't. I don't know how he got them, but apparently there were no PSAs on President Biden. So. It just looks like he wasn't screened.
Yeah, it's now. Do you think? And I mean, we're playing a guessing game, and I understand. And this is just conjecture. Would it be one of those things where he just said, "I don't want it to be tested," or how much does the patient have in the decision process of getting a simple blood test?
Well, it's a great point. Our guidelines, the American Urologic Association, and a lot of people do this in screening. It's called shared decision making. You review some data with patients at certain ages, what are their comorbidities, and say, do you want a PSA test? And this occurs particularly in men over, we push them harder under age 70, get the PSA, get in here. But over 70 and over 75 in particular, we talk to patients and say, maybe you don't need, in certain situations, a PSA anymore. And sometimes they say, I want it. And sometimes they say, I don't. Some people are nervous about not getting a PSA. So there is a process of shared decision making. My thing would be, I'm just not sure we should do that with presidents.
Yeah. No, I think this is where this is leading to, not by us, but this is what's out there in the news world. Was, is it possible? Do we know for sure that he didn't have a PSA test and had been told that he might be dealing, and at his age, maybe it was like, well, you can survive a long time. My understanding, it's something that doesn't metastasize that quick. I guess that's the mystery now, because everyone thinks it's so absurd that nobody was giving this guy a PSA test. Now, I guess some people are saying he got one and they didn't want to tell us, but who knows, right?
Well, what I do know is I heard his last PSA was low, for 11 or 12 years ago.
Yeah.
And that should have put him at less risk. So I don't know. The good news is that if he has untreated prostate cancer at this point and his testosterone is fairly good, there are a lot of treatments just beside routine hormone therapy that can prolong his life with reasonable side effect profile for quite a few years.
Right. So you're saying, regardless that he didn't have the PSA or whatever, that was going to be my follow-up question. So from this point on, there are good, because once people hear it metastasize to the bones, they're kind of like, oh, it's, it could be game over. But what you're saying to the audience is, no, there's good treatments out there, and they can put him on a plan that can definitely extend his life. So, and please share more about that.
Okay, so prostate cancer is unique that it feeds on the male hormone testosterone. So when we take that away with medication and reduce the testosterone, the cancer actually can go into remission. And on the order of years, 2, 3, 4 years on average. So that's just with that one therapy. But in the last 15 years, they developed secondary hormone agents called anti-androgens that block 100% of testosterone expression. And that has prolonged life as well.
Wow,
we
okay.
also have vaccines and other things called radiopharmaceuticals. And all these things have led to a prolongation of life 3 to 5 years. And by the way, I'm talking good quality of life by and large.
Right. Okay. So, and that's important. What type of if it's and good quality life, that's key, because some of the, and better than anyway over the day, some of the therapies could really beat you up pretty bad. Dr. Lou, you've been a physician for many years now. Are you, like, the pace of all these new therapies, as you think about your career over what, 3 decades, correct?
That's right.
Yeah. So over 3 decades, do you feel like it's accelerating these new therapies, which do give you a quality of life, or did you see that 15 years ago? Or do you feel like we are entering into like a new stage of a lot of good breakthroughs, or it's kind of like it kind of ebbs and flows like it always has over the decades for your career?
No, I would say it's a flow, not an ebb. In the last 15 years in prostate cancer, the changes come every 6 months to the point where in our southern New Jersey practice, we actually have an advanced prostate cancer clinic run by myself and 2 of my partners that all our other partners funnel to, because the space is so complicated. It's similar to other cancers with immunotherapies that really have changed the dynamics of survival for difficult other diseases like in our space, bladder cancer, melanoma, things like this are just dramatic improvements in survival with reasonable therapies.
Well, you know what? That's good. So that's great to hear. And if you're listening today, Dr. Lou is giving people that are going in for screenings or are dealing with this, there's a lot of great stuff coming out to help you. So I think we've covered Joe Biden, prostate. We did a little bit of politics and the prostate. Now let me ask you this: what are you doing for Memorial Day, Dr. Lou?
Going fishing.
You go. Are you down the shore, as they say?
Yes, I'm down the shore in Avalon.
All right. See, you're living that's the Philly Memorial Day life. You get down to the Jersey Shore and you enjoy that weekend. Well, Dr. Lou, I want to thank you for coming on, and it was I appreciate your perspective, and I think President Biden. This news actually is a great awareness, because when it happens to a president, word gets out there to get that PSA test. Go see your urologist, and if you want to see a great urologist, you can see Dr. Lou. He's part of Summit Urology, and they have offices here in the South Jersey area. Dr. Lou, enjoy your day, and thanks for coming on the Kalin and Company show.
All right. Thanks a million, Tom. Have a great day.
Have a good one. So, well, there you go. We even, the sense I got from Dr. Lou there is that it was odd that the most powerful man, he was the second most powerful man as the vice president of the United States. He was president of the United States, and no one was giving this guy a blood test, a simple PSA blood test, for over 11 years. It's I could sense, not sense, the doctor was quite frank about it. He thought that was that a guy in his position should have been having this PSA test definitely regularly. And if you're at the you're serviced by some of the best doctors in the world, so it is a little bit of a mystery. Maybe there's nothing else to it. That sometimes it's just the way life goes. He was 71, and he felt he didn't need it, or his doctor was like, "You're at that age." Because they stop giving you the test if you don't think that something about, like, if your longevity is 10 years. I could have asked Dr. Lou about it. You want to get this information from him, not from me. That's for sure. But anyway, so if I'll say it again, if you're a man over 40 or definitely 50, start getting that PSA test and find yourself a urologist and make sure you're always taking, because prostate cancer is one of the biggest things that, if not treated, is one of the biggest things that take out men. So you got to be careful about that. So we're going to take a commercial break. We're going to be back. Thanks for joining me here on Kalin and Company. We'll be back in a moment.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT's Piazza Pet is back. We're teaming up with the Piazza Group to support the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Join us Friday, June 6th for a live broadcast at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family, as we kick things off in style. Kalin and Company will be there 6 to 10 a.m. Come by for coffee, donuts, and bring your pup for a pic in our fun doggy photo booth. Then be there 10 till noon as Dawn Stenslin has adoptable dogs on site. Thanks to the Brandywine Valley SPCA. It's Friday, June 6th. We'll see you there.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
And PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Every day, kids at CHOP face medical battles no child should have to fight. That's why this May, United Tire and Service stands beside them, and you can too. Donate at any United Tire location and they'll match your gift dollar for dollar to support the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Behind every small donation is a big heart and a child who needs it. Every donation also gets $50 off 4 new tires to use now or later. Join them in making a difference. Find your nearest location at unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, welcome back to Kalin and Company. This is Tom Hazelby sitting in for Nick, Dawn, and Greg today, who are probably out doing the Memorial Day thing. They probably need a rest, man. They get up early every day to come in and do the Kalin Company show. But I hope you enjoyed Dr. Lou and our little discussion on Joe Biden and his prostate issues. So we're gonna keep the show moving. Trump he's going after Harvard. He's going after Harvard hard. One of the rulings that Trump has made is that he's cutting off any student foreign visas to specifically for students at Harvard. He's so if you're a junior at Harvard right now and you're going into your senior year, you're screwed. You got to find another university or another college. It doesn't mean you got to leave the country. I think it is that you just have to go to a different school. And this is a targeted attack against Harvard. Now I'm going to go over that over the next. That's going to be the next discussion. And if you've been listening in, you have any questions about any of the guests that were just on, any of the topics we just covered, I encourage you to give me a call. I'd love to hear from you, get your opinion. I heard there's been some opinions in the chat room, which is always active for this show, which is great. And I'd love to hear from you. So call in and let's have a discussion. So let's talk about Harvard. So I was actually listening to a guy named Mike Benz, and he was kind of explaining what has gone on at Harvard and why Trump is attacking them. Why would the president of the United States be so interested in going after a university like Harvard? And we're going to play some clips, and we're going to go through it. So this guy, Mike Benz, I'm going to give you a little background on him. He's a Trump guy. He was a deputy assistant at the Department of State. He's a communications guy. He's a cybersecurity guy. He's definitely MAGA. There's no doubt about that. And it's because he's MAGA. It's funny. I was kind of reading up on who liked him, who didn't like him, and of course, they're saying he's. Some of the people on the left were calling him an anti-Semitic, and Mike Benz is Jewish, and he went to an Ivy League school. I think he went to Princeton, but I wasn't able to verify that. So that's a little bit of background on Benz, because we're going to start listening to him. He was saying his opinion is Harvard is ground zero for global leftism, and it's the epicenter for globalist financial and political operations which are not in America's interests. Meaning, Harvard is kind of running its own kind of, I don't want to say the think tank, because the think tank just issues papers and gives an opinion. He is saying that his position is Harvard is actively involved in influencing and using whatever influence Harvard has to direct political decisions, economic decisions across the globe. And that's his opinion. I've never thought of Harvard in those terms. I've always just thought of it as the most prestigious university in the United States, and a very, very, very difficult school to get into. But Donald Trump is going after him, and he's wearing down the brand. There's no doubt about it that he is Harvard has hurt its brand, and I think Trump is going to keep throwing shots at him to continue to knock that brand down. And that's what we're going to get into. So to give you an idea, is Harvard has an endowment of $50 billion. The joke is it's not a place where kids go to get educated. It's a place where kids go to get indoctrinated. So that's not 100% true. I actually have two brothers who are Harvard graduates, and both of them are MAGA. But there is some truth to it. And Harvard has changed over the years too. It's always been a very liberal place, but it probably has gotten more liberal. And you're going to be shocked when I give you some statistics about how many foreign students that is in the Harvard that are enrolled at Harvard. I think it's about 27% of foreign students are the Harvard students. That's a lot for one university. Even the University of San Diego, University of California at San Diego, Chinese students there was, I don't know, like 20% of the population of the University of California in San Diego. 20% were from China. And, I had heard a report that the University of San Diego had, I don't know, they had a paper or they held a conference or something, which the Chinese found insulting. And all those kids that were sent there were funded some way by the Chinese government, that they all lost their scholarships and they all had to come home. And that wasn't to punish the Chinese students, which they did, but China doesn't care. They're making a bigger point against the University of San Diego for getting out of line and saying something about them. But Harvard's numbers with that 27% of foreign students, I really thought that's a pretty big number. And Trump's going after Harvard. He's going after him hard. Trump walks into it's like a Hell's Angels bar. And Trump's going in. He's like, who's the baddest Hell's Angel? And he walks up and he punches him in the face. And Harvard is, of all the university systems, that are anti-MAGA, probably Harvard is the number one that wanted Trump out. Definitely anti-MAGA, and Trump's going for them. It's the head of the snake, and that's why he's going after him. He did the same thing when he went after the U.S. aid, who was distributing all our money to these NGOs. I mean, that U.S. aid was a big arm of the federal government. Like, if you're going to go after the bureaucracy because they're the guys dishing out all the money, Trump went hard after them. Man, he's beat them to a pulp, and I think he's won that fight. It seems to be off the news, but what Trump had realized from his last administration, like if you're gonna go after institutions inside of our government, or Harvard University outside of it, but kind of inside of it. You go after the big dogs and you go after them hard, because people were shocked in government how hard he went after USAID. People, if you're in the university system, if you're the president of Stanford or the University of Chicago, you're like, oh my God, he's going after Harvard. He's like picking out one school, and he's picking out the biggest dog in the pound, and he's going after them to teach them a lesson. So the reason Harvard loves foreign students is foreigners have to pay full boat tuition. When you're an American going to Harvard, there's a lot of grants, and there's a lot of funding and grants and loans and everything like that. But the foreigners, man, they pay 100%. I guess Harvard's got to be $85,000 to $90,000 a year, so they have to they just write a check, and that's how it works. And I know that feeling. I got 2 kids in college, and writing those checks, they're big checks. So that's why they love these foreign students, because they pay full boat, and that's 27% of their population of the school. So that's a really nice cash flow coming from letting in all these foreign students. The other thing that people don't realize is Harvard has now become, with these foreign elites, these elite business people across the globe. I'm talking in India, in Russia, in China, all over the world. They also make gigantic donations to Harvard. These are, America has rich people, and the world, the outside the world, in all these different places, and some of them are very poor countries, but the elite there are super, super wealthy. And what they do is they make giant donations to Harvard, so they can then influence them to allow, their kids, their cousins, their nephews, their nieces to all get into Harvard. And that goes on that goes on every day in Harvard. That these kids from all over the globe are getting into Harvard, which is very difficult to get into, because of these donations made by these powerful foreign elites. And we're talking big donations. The next thing I want to say is that it's not all about the Palestinian protests either. Trump's not going after Harvard just because, or Columbia, just for what's going on in Israel and Hamas and Gaza. It's not all about that. Matter of fact, it's about a handful of things, and I'm sure it's personal too, because there were people out of these universities going after Trump pretty hard. But it's a little more deeper than that. So I'm going to play a clip, and this clip from Mike Benz on what are the reasons that the Trump administration is giving for going after Harvard so hard. So let's listen to what Mike Benz says in this clip.
Will have to go to a different university. Now, the Trump administration has said this is because of noncompliance with federal government edicts. They gave several reasons. Anti-Semitism was one, harboring violence was another, noncompliance with DEI edicts was another, non-cooperation with efforts to reduce CCP and Chinese influence over the universities. They basically threw the kitchen sink at Harvard. And understand, coming into the Trump administration, Harvard is set to receive $9 billion in existing grants from the U.S. federal government. $9 billion.
Okay, there you got it. Harvard's about to get $9 billion from the U.S. government. Now, think of this. 27% of the kids they're allowing in are not even from the United States. You think Harvard, should be letting in more kids from the United States. They're tying up 27% of their enrollment for foreign students. That's unfair, especially when our federal government and our tax dollars are going to Harvard. And, your chances of getting in are now down at 73%, instead of being, maybe they have 5% or 10% foreign students, but 27%, and you're taking up all those other spots for American kids. I think that's a red flag right there. But one of the important things that Ben's just says there is Harvard is it's not all about anti-Semitism, about the war over in Gaza. He rattles through the other things because there's a lot of people, and there are some people on the right who are saying, like, we're blowing the anti-Semitism thing out of proportion, making special rules for Jewish students. Anti-Semitism at Harvard and why Trump is going on is just one piece. Like he said, they're harboring violent actions, meaning these are students that are coming in, and a lot of them are foreign students that are doing these protests, along with American students. But they're not turning them over to the police. They're not assisting law enforcement with stopping this. And we, as the American taxpayer, are paying $9 billion to see college students, taking over buildings, blocking people from getting to their classes. The taxpayer, through Trump, is saying, hey, listen, lock these kids up, throw them out of school, discipline them. Just, you have to stop it. Kind of what we were talking about earlier with the president of South Africa. You want to do business with us? You got to start behaving yourself. So this is what the federal government is saying to Harvard. You got to start behaving yourself because you're not doing what we need you to do, but you're still taking $9 billion from us. So it was continuing DEI. He's written an executive order. That is out of the, if you're going to do that, you're going to lose your federal funding. Trump feels that they are continuing DEI. They're changing the names of it, moving it around a little bit, giving it the department, rolling it under another one, and he's not buying it. So he says they're not compliant with that. Also, Chinese CCP influence is big, and it's really big probably at a lot of these Ivy League schools. They used to have these Confucius institutes at the colleges and these universities, and a lot of them are going away, and they started to go away in Trump's first term. But anyway, he's like, get the CCP influence out of Harvard. Get it out of there. They are a rival of America. They are a competitor. Get them out of Harvard. So it's not all about the Palestinian protests. We just went through a list of different things that they're doing that are not complying with the Trump's executive orders. They're in a panic right now, and they're in a bit of a bind because they're in a bit of a bind because of all this money that by revoking these student visas from these Harvard kids, by revoking them, the whole donation money from these rich elites. If they're not going to donate anymore if they can't get their kids into the school because Trump's just pulled all the foreign visas. It's a great tactic. He's like attacking them where it hurts the most with the money, taking back the $9 billion and then discouraging foreign elites to even donate to Harvard because there's no benefit because he's now revoking the visas. Never mind all the existing students paying full boat tuition. He's bouncing them out of Harvard. I mean, this is as I said before, he's got into the dog pound and picked out the toughest dog, and he's going at him hard. And Harvard is it's an old institution. It was it was founded before the founding of our country. It's older than our country. And the federal government, for whatever reason, many years ago, picked it as, to pick it to be the winner. And what I mean by that, if you have the federal government giving you $9 billion, or it's as how much money they've given Harvard over the years, you're going to have great facilities. You're going to have great professors. You're going to have great marketing and advertisement around the brand of Harvard, especially if you've been picked by the government to get our taxpayer money. I never knew that we were so heavily invested in Harvard. Now, everyone thinks that all this money is going directly to some lab to to cure cancer. It's not. This money gets spread over some of the most biggest nonsensical stuff you could ever imagine. And I would think, most of the big research is on different diseases or technologies or whatever are happening out in the ecosystem of business, where they're spending their own R&D money. And they're developing their own products or whatever. And I'm not saying that all Harvard studies are a waste of money or anything like that, but this is a lot of money going to one school. And when you get all that money, no wonder why you got the greatest brand. Why you're the number one university, because you're being heavily subsidized by the U.S. taxpayer over every other university. The other thing too, which is different, not only is there our tax dollars and the federal dollars coming in, but the foreign donations are huge. The ones we talked about going into Harvard, and even how much China has donated to universities. It's crazy. And who's bigger than China in donations to universities is Qatar. Qatar donates a ton of money. I'm sure they donate a ton to Harvard too, and that's to kind of get their world view out there, their influence. And I probably would think you could tie some of the donations back to some of these Middle Eastern countries like Qatar that have led to some of these kind of funded pro-Palestinian protests at Harvard. I'm sure if you look deeply, that's where some of this funding comes from. So anyway, that's getting cut off, and Trump seems to have a plan that is it's pretty punishing to Harvard. But let's go on to the next clip. Let's see what Mr. Benz has to say. I think the clip starts at 4:35.
Really, every center, institute, and department at Harvard is weaponized against the Trump administration at every level, through their back channeling with intelligence, through their back channeling with the State Department, through their back channeling with the defense sector, through their back channeling with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, multinational corporations, through their back channeling with the NGOs. You gave the example of Erica Chenoweth.
Okay, so what Benz is saying here is, well, the most obvious thing, Harvard is an anti-MAGA operation. And when you think of the deep state, Harvard is up to their neck with all these different organizations that Matt Benz, from our security, intelligence, Wall Street, Harvard is working against MAGA through some of the biggest, most powerful institutions in this country. And they'll do whatever they want. They're not pro-Trump. The last thing they wanted to see was Donald Trump winning the last election. Their heads must have been exploding at Harvard, realizing that this guy is coming back. And because, listen, they've spent a lot of effort and energy working with all these deep state characters and players to do whatever they can to undermine Trump. And I'm sure you could track there's things that have gone on with Russia, with Ukraine, and a lot of this is these dastardly, underhanded deals to kind of take Trump out, even from all the lawfare lawsuits, with all those law firms supporting these wacky kind of suits to kind of take Trump out. I'm sure a lot of that kind of circles back to the Harvard Law School. And what's crazy is, I don't know how many people voted for Trump, 75, 80 million people who do support Trump, do support the kind of MAGA, Make America Great First kind of philosophy that our taxpayers are actually going to pay to defeat ourselves. And that can be, that's quite frustrating. And Trump's putting it on the front page now, what they've been up to. So let's see. Benz has more to say. So let's go to that next clip.
With the Harvard Belfer Center. The Harvard Belfer Center is one of these heart of darkness places within Harvard that is tightly involved in organizing what they call nonviolent action, which is a total hoax term. Whenever you say nonviolent action, what they mean is the end stages of a color revolution where violent protesters who are not killing people with machine guns, but are rather throwing Molotov cocktails in police cars and breaking glass and setting buildings on fire, but they're not killing everyone as they do it. They're simply destroying everything and terrorizing everyone. They call that nonviolent action.
Okay. So I got more from Ben. So basically, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to jump back to this, but I have a caller and she wants to comment on the Harvard, on the discussion. So there's more to discuss on Harvard, believe me. So I think we have Anna on the line.
Yes, that's right. It's Anna, O-N-A. Good morning. Thank
Hi,
you for
Anna.
being there.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. I'm enjoying this. What I saw it popped on the board that you wanted to talk about what I'm talking about with Harvard. I'm not done. There's going to be more, but I'd like to hear where we are in the conversation. What's your comment?
Well, you have enlightened the world by saying what you've said. You know, people from Harvard, my doctor has happened to send his daughter there. They act above us. And I believe that most of us did not know that all that funding goes to Harvard.
Yeah.
I think it's about time that they know exactly who they are. They are not any better than you and me. All right? They may have funds to go there, or we help them, the taxpayers, but they are no better than you and me, and they should be serving the people. That's what they're supposed to do, the people that go there, especially the medical field. So thank you for telling us about this. We didn't know. And I just wonder if this is going on, there must be a whole lot more that's going on that we don't know about.
Oh, yeah. Anna, I agree with you. I think there's, and it's going to spread from Harvard to Columbia to the University of Chicago. The government is just too big and has gotten too involved, and then these universities pick a side within government to keep getting their funding, and then act on their behalf to kind of serve their interests. And
they act untouchable. They act like they are beyond, the regular masses. They are not. These people go there, especially, as I say, the medical field, to serve and help people, not to become multimillionaires and throw us aside.
No,
this is way out of hand. I'm glad Trump is doing this. This is one thing I can say. Thank God he will make people see that we are all alike and need each other.
Well said, Anna, and thanks for coming on and sharing your opinion. And I agree with you, and the good news is that Trump is taking this on, and I'll frame it in the bigger battle of the Ivy Leagues and even corporate America to a certain extent, and even Wall Street. They have it's elitism. It's really elitism. They see this is a democratic republic. The country decides by who we elect as a leader. And the elitists, if you pick the person they don't like, they are going to use every institution, every taxpayer money, anything to kind of stop the American people from being heard or getting what they want to get done. And listen, Harvard and many of these big universities are ground zero for elitism. And elitism is kind of really, I would say, since 2000, the elite attitude in this country has destroyed so many things. And but you got a guy like Trump who kind of represents more of the Main Street entrepreneur and the working class. And he's the guy that's kind of pulling us back into the fight and kind of recalibrating or resetting the system. So that covers over, from our trade deals, from gutting our manufacturing base. He's trying to reset the field for us, and he represents a different people. And obviously, it's kind of a working class against the elites. Not an extreme. I don't want to act like it's a giant civil war, but we are in a fight for this. And Trump's going after these big universities, and Harvard is the big dog, and he decided to go straight at him. So thanks for the call. The one of the things that Ben's was just saying there is that, and this isn't going to make you happy either. Harvard is a training ground now for well-funded leftist protests. they have all these like institutes inside the university, and they're saying a lot of this upheaval, and you wonder why, how these things are so organized. They have their tents. It just seems like to run like clockworks when all these protests, going back to Black Lives Matter, Antifa, and now the Palestinian conflict, and all these green protests and everything, they pop up. They seem to be so well organized, and I would not be surprised if some of these institutes within Harvard and these elite institutions, they're actually teaching these young people how to do it. And now they're bringing in it's gone global. 27% of the students aren't even from the United States. They're bringing them and training them how to go against American policies that our president is trying to pass on our behalf, and then asking us to write a check for $9 billion. It's we're paying for it. We're actually funding our opposition, and Donald Trump, hopefully, is going to put a stop to it. This whole college conflict thing, I didn't think has legs. I think it does have legs, and I think we're going to learn more and more of what this university system was doing to people, and the pushback is coming, and it's already started. So that's a positive. I actually have, I think, if I'm right, Jimmy, I got one more clip of Mr. Benz. Is that correct?
Harvard is essentially a foreign policy tool that merges financial markets with intelligence and statecraft to impact global policy, foreign policy, and the domestic drivers of foreign policy, which include running out a president who might oppose a foreign policy that interferes with Harvard's bottom line. Harvard invests deeply and has since the Cold War ended. Harvard has been deeply invested through the Harvard Endowment in seizing Eurasia from Russia, which puts Harvard directly at the center of Russiagate. In the 1990s, everyone can look up a great article called "The Harvard Boys Do Russia," or any deep dive you want to go down on a little place called the Harvard Institute for International Development, and its role in privatizing and stealing the wealth.
So, this is a lot bigger than just a bunch of kids creating a little bit of trouble on campuses. This is big, a lot bigger than that, and that was the point I was trying to make earlier. But we're going to go to a break. Hopefully, we can get a little bit more in on this Harvard thing. But we do have Charlie Gasparino coming up in the top of the hour. But maybe I'll circle back on this. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life.
Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Level up the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or hatchback from my friends at Piazza Honda. You know, the Civic Hybrid has received the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year with an impressive 50 city, 47 highway MPG rating. The sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and excitement of hybrid performance. Just visit them, Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, or you can always browse over 200 hybrid vehicles online. PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you. Tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kalin and Company.
Hey, welcome back to Kayal and Company. This is Tom Hazelby sitting in for the morning crew. The phone number here is 855-839-1210. Happy Memorial Day. And I just got done, and I had a nice caller who helped me. We just got done ripping Harvard and discussing all the dastardly deeds that Trump has gotten in store for them. But so this hour, we're hoping we're going to get Charlie Gasparino. Should be calling in this hour. Charlie Gasparino is a senior correspondent for Fox News. He writes some great stuff in the New York Post. I was just saying a little bit ago, it's one of my favorite newspapers to read. It's an easy read. It gets to everything that's going on in the day, and it has great headlines. So it's Charlie does some great articles there. They got a lot of good pundits on there, no doubt. And we're going to cover a few different things with them. And let me think. Cool. I'm getting something. Jimmy, what do we got? I see something coming up on the board. Jimmy, here we go. I'm seeing Charlie up on the board. So give me 1 second. I was just doing the intro to Charlie, so that's perfect. Let's bring him on the air.
How you guys doing?
Charlie, Tom Hazelby, how are you? Welcome to Kalin and Company on this Memorial Day in Philadelphia. How are you, sir?
Everything's great. How are you?
Good. What are you doing this Memorial Day? You're always working. You're the best compliment my father could ever say about someone. He'd call them a hustler, and not a hustler in the bad way. And they're like, "Oh, that kid's a hustler." There was never. That's the best compliment he could pay, and I see that with you. I mean, from Fox News to the New York Post, you're writing your book, Go Woke, Grow Broke. You do a lot of different things, Charlie. I really respect that, and that's why I said you're a hustler.
I never, you're only as good as your last story, as I had a professor once told me, and journalism professor, and that's kind of the way I approach this thing. I mean, this is an ever-evolving business. That's part of the good part, that it's always changing, right? There's always new news.
Yeah.
And it's good stuff to keep on top of, but your job is to stay on top of it, not to say, oh, I broke that story, let me forget everything else.
No, you got to. They want the next one.
It's an insatiable appetite that you're feeding.
Yeah, it's not like I've been an entrepreneur. You always wanted to have a recurring revenue business, and once you got it set up, you just can wait. And the business you're in, or the business I'm in right now doing this, is like, once the show's over, the article's done. Okay, what's next? You're always on to the next thing.
And the good thing about it is that there is a next thing.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what's really nice about it. There is definitely a next thing.
Yeah.
There's definitely a way to, for example, it's Sherry Redstone. I wrote about last week that she's on the verge of settling her lawsuit with Donald Trump over the contested 60 Minutes Kamala Harris interview. Well, guess what? We got to get the settlement now.
Yeah, so you know what? That's a great article, by the way. And if you want to read Charlie's article on Paramount, and they're being sued, Trump is suing them for like $50 billion or whatever, but the CEO is looking to settle because she's got another deal she wants to do. Why don't you do that? I found that article real interesting. You kind of frame it for us.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. So Paramount, which is a huge studio, right? It was created by her father, the great media deal maker, Sumner Redstone, was once a profitable, huge company. And I started covering the internal battles when Sumner started to essentially kind of lose it, right? He was old. He was dating very
young girlfriend.
Women.
Yeah.
It was a crazy situation. The allegedly, I'm not, because there was a lawsuit over this. The young women were inserting themselves into the family business, so to speak. In comes Sherry Redstone, his daughter, and essentially took over the company. And took it over, and then interesting enough, there was another battle that was set up with the guy running CBS, who was the king of all media at the time. Remember, Paramount was essentially controlled by the Redstones, right? There were two subsidiaries. There was the Viacom subsidiary. There was the CBS subsidiary. To consolidate power, she wanted to combine it all into one company, and that one company became Paramount. And so she basically went to war with the guy running the CBS subsidiary, who was the king of all media. His name was Les Moonves.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he got in trouble, too. The Me Too movement took him out.
He got in trouble on the Me Too stuff. But in the middle of that, he was trying to separate out CBS and make it a separate company, pay her, sell stock, pay her. He had this whole elaborate scheme, which was destined to fail, but it was probably the right thing to do. He could have monetized CBS at that point probably for $50 billion just alone. She probably should have sold the whole thing for $70 billion at that point. They would have had some buyer somewhere to buy it, maybe a big tech company. I mean, who knows? But be that as it may, she put it all together. Moonves got chased out. She becomes the new queen of all media. And in the years since, and we're talking 2019 to 2018 to now, the value of that thing has just imploded. It imploded so much that what she initially had, which was about a sort of net worth of $50 billion, is now worth around $2 billion.
Wow.
What's left of her nest egg from her father, and that's why she's desperate to sell the thing now to the only willing buyer, which is this thing called Skydance, which is an independent studio run by David Ellison, who's the son of Larry Ellison, the Oracle founder. And David wants to build a big media property. He's got the money. Remember, his own man is worth.
Yeah, he's tons.
We're talking $250 billion. He's one of the top 5 richest men in the world. Oracle's a huge company. Larry Ellison, we should point out, is a close friend of Donald Trump. And why is she why she has to sell for so little is just the problems that are going on at every broadcast company. Cord cutting, the business, the metrics of the business have really collapsed.
Oh, big time.
Part of it was problems with streaming is expensive. Paramount Plus is not making money. I think there's only one streaming service that makes money. I could be wrong. Maybe it's 2, but the one I keep that's in my head is Warner Brothers Discovery. It doesn't make a lot.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So she has to sell. Now, here's where it gets really interesting.
Yep.
In comes, the Trump people believe that all these networks, CBS, NBC, ABC, they all carry water for the Democratic Party.
Yep.
When they were about to get in power, they promised that the fairness doctrine, which is known as something that controls public airways. I believe your radio show is probably governed by the fairness doctrine. That means we can't really curse.
Yeah.
There's a public interest rule. Your news, not opinion, not what I'm saying. Your news program has to be unbiased. Now, no one really enforces it, but Trump, before he was elected, did sue CBS over that Kamala Harris interview, saying it violated essentially parts of the fairness doctrine. This is like when the Biden administration was in, and because they edited out her word salad, he claimed.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah. No. Was she the nominee at the time she did that interview, or was this before she was the nominee?
No, she was the nominee. Trump would contend that had damages because it might have swayed some people to vote for her because they made her sound smarter. This is what he contends. It was a 60-minute CBS 60 Minutes interview.
No, I remember the interview, but the outcome was they did edit it, correct?
They always edit too, but they say, and I'm not totally disagreeing with them, that it was inconsequential, not material.
Okay, there's some gray area here.
Trump did sue. 60 Minutes is famous for editing. What they probably should have done right at the time, because this was at the heat of the campaign, they should have probably just released the full tape or just released the transcript. That would have just done it, but they wouldn't release the transcript. So everybody started thinking, oh, what are they hiding, right?
Mm-hmm.
As it may, Trump gets elected. There's a new FCC chair. His name is Brendan Carr, excuse me. Brendan Carr comes in and says, I'm going to start enforcing the public interest rule on on broadcast licenses. Usually, you have real power over that enforcing that public interest rule. When guess what, you need to get your license renewed when there's a merger.
Right.
Well, guess what? Sherry Redstone wants a merge with Skydance, and CBS is part of that. Well, so then he throttles the deal. He opens the investigation up on the grounds that it was a conservative group that filed the charge. And this it's separate from the Trump lawsuit, but it's virtually the same allegation. As such, a conservative legal group said that CBS doctored the tape, so to speak. And Sherry Redstone's payday right now is wickedly in jeopardy. Now, the question is, will she settle? Now, others have settled because Trump members suing a lot of people. He sued ABC over George Stephanopoulos.
Yeah, and he won.
He didn't win. They paid him.
Yeah, they paid him. You're right. They settled. Let me ask you a question, Charlie. So I'm just lining this up in my head. So Redstone, with her Paramount, she needs to do the deal. So she wants to settle because Trump's FCC has to approve the deal, right? Like he's kind of in the catbird seat here.
Absolutely, and that's what the whole story's about.
Oh my God!
So now here's the pressure on her, and I reported this out. Members of her board are saying that you can't settle. It amounts to extortion. This is a frivolous case. She's turning around saying, well, it might be frivolous, but everybody settles frivolous case just to...
Yeah, cases are settled all the time.
Just to limit the legal liability. Bob Iger settled this a frivolous case, right?
Yeah.
Did George Stephanopoulos really commit slander? I mean, whatever what he said about Donald Trump was wrong. Was it tantamount to slander? I mean, who knows?
Right.
It was a characterization of what Trump allegedly did, which I believe he did nothing, but that's a whole other story. In the E. Jean Carroll matter, remember the woman who claims many years later that he forced himself on her in the middle of Bergdorf Goodman.
Yeah, in the dressing room.
In the dressing room, which to me sounds just fantastical. That Donald Trump, one of the most famous people in the world, just walks into a store, no one recognizes him, and he throws someone in the dressing room. But in any event,
crazy.
the way so the jury said that was sexual assault, not rape, and this is what I'm going by memory here. And Stephanopoulos called it rape, and then they had to settle.
Yeah.
Okay, then they settled.
Yep.
They settled for similar reasons, broadcast light. Who needs it, right? You have all these law firms that want to do business in Washington and need access to the White House. They're settling too.
Yeah.
Right? Trump is saying X, Y, and Z. You got to do this. So there's precedent here, according to Sherry. But there are members of her board that are saying if we settle, maybe we're held liable because we gave into an extortion attempt. Will there be a DA somewhere, in San Francisco that brings the case, that we gave into an extortion attempt that's illegal. So that's where the battle is. I hear the Trump people are telling them that, you better pay up soon or else we're going to war, total war. And now they're not threatening the FCC stuff because it's supposed to be separate, right?
Yeah.
But it is hovering out there. Like if you don't do one, the other might come and bite you in the rear end.
She's in a tough spot. Redstone.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Because what's left of her net worth is not a lot.
Yeah.
She blew billions and tens of billions of dollars. Now she didn't spend it all. I don't think she understood what was going on in the business. And, for all of Moonvez's negatives, alleged negatives, let's say, he did see it. And he wanted to sell just the CBS part for $50 billion.
Right.
They probably could have got that, right? And, at the time, because CBS was, hitting on all cylinders back in 2017, 2018. And then, the bottom fell out of the business. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I don't know how this one finishes. Like, if you took a guess at it right now, what do you think the outcome is? She settles or not?
She settles.
You do. I do too. I think she does.
And I do it this week. And I think it's imminent. I mean, that's what I think. I just keep hearing. I mean, I can't say that sources tell me that she's settling. I don't have that level of detail, but I think, based on everything I'm hearing, it's coming down the pike.
It's
going to be.
Go ahead.
And it's going to be between 40 and 50, I think.
Wow. Okay.
Listen. Million. He's not going to get a B. He's going to get an M.
Well, I always said if Trump comes back in, he's wrecking the place. He's wrecking Harvard. He's wrecking CBS News. But I wanted to ask you this question. I mean, you're a journalist. You're seeing all these books come out and all what they call the mainstream media. I mean, I don't include the New York Post in that.
I'm pretty.
What's that?
I'm pretty mainstream, just to be honest with you.
I get it. No, I like the way you tie what the Wall Street guys are thinking and what's that going to look like in the political realm, what that looks across the board. You're really good at that. But the media. Right now, with them now writing all the books about, Joe Biden's cognitive decline, where they were a huge defender of it, saying like there was nothing to see here. You're not a doctor. This is just, fake. They were calling it. I don't know, when they would show a picture of Joe wandering, we call it a fake something. I forget, but.
Yeah, Oh yeah, I forget because I got accused of that at one point.
Yeah, what
they called it deep fake.
Yeah, a deep fake. Yeah, they kept calling meanwhile everyone's watching it on their TV. I don't know how it was a deep fake, but this transition with the journalists, I have an opinion on it too, obviously. But what's your opinion of them now? Like, is it because the king is? Biden's got no more weapons. He's out. He had to get out. Yeah. So now they're just turning on him like dogs. Is that the case?
Yeah, I want to tell the viewers, the listeners, that this is not how what they're doing with these books. And I have no, I have no animus to Jake Tapper or the other guy, Alex Thompson, the latest two who wrote these books.
Yeah,
they're probably nice guys. I don't know them, but this is not how journalism is supposed to be done. It's not supposed to be done like way after the fact. It's supposed to be done while the while it's going on.
That's a good point.
While the damage is to prevent the damage, and the damage would have been Joe Biden getting reelected, which probably would have been even more monumentally bad for the country than even if Kamala Harris, who is obviously not up for the job just based on skill set.
Yeah.
She just can't answer. She can't handle policy questions. She was just never good at that.
Yeah.
She was good at being a politician. I mean, purely the art of getting elected. She was, okay. She was good at that. She was not good at, she's not a very learned, smart person. Like, contrast her to, Obama, contrast her to George W. Bush. I mean, I'm not saying he was, he was Churchill, but he thought about things. Even Trump is a pretty smart guy when you sit down and listen to him.
Oh God, yeah, he can go up. But I want to mention something about Kamala. How far she got. I mean, there's a whole thing on that. Who wanted her there because of certain reasons? Some of the big influential people on the West Coast. But at sometimes I really felt that she was so insecure in her own skin because maybe everything was handed to her. I don't know. Maybe
it was some of that. She really, she kind of like fell into the political thing, and we can get into,
Yeah, I know that's a whole show.
or former Paramore and all that. You know, I don't think we want to go there today, but you know, she kind of fell into it. You know, she benefited from identity politics, and that's huge in California in the California political scene. So you put all that together, and she was never really tested. I remember when people come out of nowhere, often they take on a big player and take them down through their sheer will. I mean, think about what Obama did. He took out the Clinton political machine.
Yeah.
Did that through did that through debating and
style.
And style. So, you know, he had these sort of obvious political strengths. George W. Bush was up against John McCain when John McCain was sort of a powerful political force. And, you know, so remember all these, you know, Ronald Reagan was battle tested. Nixon lost and won and lost. You know, Donald Trump took out 17 people.
Oh.
I mean, not out in a, you know what I mean? He just literally, you know, his first time he was running against 17 people, and he beat them, and he had like a bunch of them this time and beat them. So remember, she was never really tested like that. And when she was tested, she lost.
Yeah,
so that's the problem. But in any event, she was better than Joe Biden because Joe Biden was obviously mentally, he was sick, both mentally and now physically. Unfortunately, his prostate metastasis, prostate cancer that's spreading, and so that cover up to me is a huge sin of the media. Now here's the sort of absurdity of it all. It was so obvious that it was happening, and they would attack you for saying it was happening. And I would see it on social media. I'd get like I said something once, and some media watchdog came after me. And, you know, I wrote a story, and I don't cover, you know, Washington, the White House, right, per se. I cover it from an economic policy standpoint.
Right.
But I'm not president. There's other people at the Post and at Fox that do that. And, you know, I think Peter Doocy did a pretty good job of that.
Oh, yeah. No doubt. He was really good.
And I think, really good. And I think the Post did a good job at, like, sort of covering the Biden decline. I did a story about how, and this was in June 2023, so a full 13 months before he resigned, that said, you know, Wall Street is now starting to put out research reports that say that Biden's not going to make it. And that with every fall, you can look it up.
I did, Charlie. I did look it up, and I kind of told my audience before, and when I always set up my guests that you listening to Wall Street, and you just brought it up, that 13 months before all this, Wall Street was saying to themselves, "This guy doesn't look like he's going to make it, and this is how it might look." And then you reported that, and I actually went back and looked at it. It was very good. And Wall Street does make good predictions.
But what was
at
fascinating
times
about that they laid out what was fascinating, and I reported in the Post. What was fascinating is like how this research laid out the possibilities, exactly what would happen if he does it before the end of 2023. You know, they can have a convention. The longer he waits into 2024, that's when mayhem. I mean, he could do it literally a minute before their convention, but if he does that, you know, it becomes problematic. And the longer he waits, the more, the less chance they have of having a real contest. I mean, I laid the whole thing out. Well, it wasn't me. I was quoting people. And lo and behold, that's exactly what happened.
That's what happened.
And it was kind of, you know, it's kind of eerie that Wall Street, and scary that Wall Street could figure this out and game plan it. But the guys and gals that are every day in the media that are, you know, covering it just couldn't. And, you know, the Wall Street Journal, which I used to work there, and they're a related paper to us. They're getting some kudos for, like a couple of weeks before Biden dropped out, writing a story that says he's not really with it. That's a couple of weeks before he dropped out.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't, and that's like after the debate, or I can't remember if they did it before or after the debate. But you see what I'm saying? I mean,
yeah, I do. I want to ask you something that, like, because what you're saying, and we mentioned Jake Tapper, and I just want to. He's a Philly guy, by the way. Originally, he grew up in Center City here, but I wondered why would Jake Tapper? Why would he defend what everyone else saw? This guy, Joe Biden, wasn't probably the smartest guy his whole life, but you could notice this decline. But when why now he's writing a book and exposing it, and you said perfectly is your job is to start digging into this while it's happening, not after it's happened. That's what journalists do. But Jake Tapper, I looked at his resume. I always look at where people are from. It kind of tells me who they are and what they're about. Obviously, life makes you change. But Tapper's whole life, and he was fighting hard against anyone who was bad-mouthing Trump's cognitive decline. Like, he was going after him on his show.
Biden's cognitive decline.
Yeah, who did I say?
Yeah, Trump.
No, not Trump. Biden's decline. Oh, my God. Thank you, Charlie. So about Biden's mental decline. But when you look at Jake Tapper's resume, his first job, he was a PR for a very liberal congressperson here, a liberal woman. He's her PR person. Then he goes to Washington, D.C., and he works at a PR firm that just works for Democrats, spins for Democrats. Then he gets out, he writes for publications that are all on the left. Every part of his history, he probably grew up in a liberal home. Then he works in Democratic circles, left. Not only working in them, he writes and defends and spins for them. So it's in his nature, while he's sitting at that big job on CNN, to spin for Biden through that whole time. But then he turns around and now he writes the book to tell us what actually happened. But his whole resume would say, yeah, that guy is going to just spin and turn it because that's all he's done his whole life. And you can't say that about every reporter, but I can say it about him because I look closely at his resume.
I don't know his background. Listen, I just want to say that he is a talented anchor. I don't want to sell him short. He's very talented. And, he calls it straight at times. And I've seen him. I mean, listen, we've all were young and what do they say about neoconservative?
Yeah, you have a heart when you're young, and something like that. I think it was a Churchill quote, actually.
Yeah, but neoconservatives were the former liberals who are mugged by reality. So
exactly.
I don't want to like sell short his sort of changes. And I've watched him for years on CNN. He's not horrible. I mean, he's really good. Actually, he's a really good anchor. I don't know. Here's the thing that I think is even bigger than what you laid out. There's something called regulatory capture. That when when people that worked in government, like at the Securities and Exchange Commission or the Federal Communications Commission, right?
Hey, Charlie, let me ask you a thing. Do you want to? They're pressing me to go to commercial. You want to hang on, go into the next segment, or do you got to run? I know it's Memorial Day.
No, we could. Let's go into the next segment.
Okay, we're going to go to break. I'm going to be right back with Charlie Gasparino, Fox News correspondent.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but two of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles. And for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional.
Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2020.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Hey, welcome back to Kalin and Company. And Charlie Gasparino hung in there with me. He's going to come on for a little bit more. He hung on through the commercials for me. I appreciate that, Charlie. We were talking about Jake Tapper. I was kind of throwing him under the bus, and you started reeling me back in a little bit. So, which is always good. I need to be reeled back in every once in a while. And I don't disagree. He does handle his desk very professionally. But when I looked at his, you know what? You were kind of. I'm gonna you were picking up on something related to Jake, and I'm gonna let you take it from there.
Well, I mean, I think the bigger issue is, not where we start, it's where we end up. And here is one problem that you have when you cover institutions, okay? And it's a form of regulatory capture. I don't know if you ever heard this. I covered this because I covered the Securities and Exchange Commission, which is Wall Street's top regulator and Wall Street's top cop, they call it.
Right.
Bring cases against insider trading, you name it. It's the big thing. You read about them all the time.
Yep.
But sometimes they went easy on Wall Street. And why is that? Because a lot of them went to work for Wall Street. So it was called regulatory capture. And there's a degree of that in the Washington press corps. Listen, there's a degree of that of people who cover Wall Street. I mean, we used to figure out how to get around it at the old Wall Street Journal when I covered I was one of the reporters who covered Wall Street.
Yep.
There was a little bit of a good guy, bad guy thing that went on where, one person had the access to the firm and maintained the access. The other person was, did the hard story. So you basically fed the reader both sides of the story and kept everybody happy. But, when everybody is in bed with the firm, looking for handouts from the firm, you don't serve the reader very well. And,
right.
And I think that's part of what's going on. Like, you do need access to the White House, theoretically, right? You don't want them Trump is throwing people out of the White House, right? That's kind of what's going on. And, he's doing that because he wants people to be nice to them, right? So you go out of your way to be nice to the Biden people because you want access to the Biden people, because you do need to cover them. And that's kind of what happened. I mean, listen, it's a horrible thing. I never, just so you know, as someone who covered Wall Street, I was never particularly nice to anybody. I mean, I was professional, but I wasn't like, I didn't care if I was losing the handout story. You know what I'm saying?
Charlie, you wrote "Go Woke, Go Broke," and everybody should go on Amazon and get that book where Charlie covers DEI and ESG on Wall Street. I always said when I read this book, I was like, are these guys going to talk to Charlie Gasparino again? Because you called out names.
Yes, they are. They still are.
Yeah, that's
because
good.
in the end, you got to deal with the person. You got to deal with the guy with the column, and that journalists sort of underestimate our power. So I think that's where, Alex Thompson, his co-writer, wrote some very powerful pieces, but he also, if you went back to look at some of his tweets, he also sort of like tried to kiss up a little bit, saying, oh, well, Republicans are doing this on the other hand. It was like a lot of on one hand, on the other hand stuff. So I think that's the problem with the D.C. press corps. This whole thing, maybe Jake and Alex Thompson are selling gazillion books and it won't matter. They'll be millionaires over this. But I really think they hurt the profession in many ways, because it kind of just so exposed how, on top of everything else, on top of the Russian collusion BS that the New York Times won a Pulitzer on over a phony investigation, on top of COVID, where we were told to separate out 6 feet. You couldn't go to church. You couldn't do anything. And by the way, it didn't come from a lab. It came from like someone eating a bat in China.
Yeah.
It didn't come from the lab that was working on the viruses.
Yeah.
That's racism. We were told that was racism. On top of, placating radicals, burning down Philly and all these inner cities over the death of a guy that, I'm not saying he should die, but George Floyd wasn't exactly a model citizen. He was a resisting arrest. We could go on and on.
No, I get it. We went through a time of insanity, like literally. If they think what's going on now with Trump is insane, no, what we just lived through insanity. Now we're like you did with me with Jake Tapper. We're trying to reel it back a little bit because
it's really unbelievable. So I remember being in my backyard. Thank God I'm a little older. I don't live in Manhattan anymore. If I was in my 20s living in Manhattan in that lockdown environment, it would have lost my mind. But I have a little house in the country, and I'm sitting in my backyard with a beer in my hand, and I'm watching on my iPhone, cities being burned down, riots in Manhattan, and the news calling it largely peaceful protests. So on top of all that gaslighting of the American people, and by the way, on top of it all, you're all racist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And if you're a white guy, you can't get a job. You need points taken away from you because of DEI. On top of all, and this has all happened in real time. On top of all that gaslighting, comes Trump. He wins because we were told that Biden was normal and he wasn't, or sentient and he wasn't. We were told that Kamala Harris was competent. She wasn't. And then comes this book that says, oh, you were right all along.
That's the craziness of it. I tried to give an explanation of, why he might do that, but that's it. Now comes the book and says, hey, you were right all along. So,
but that to me, like I said, he might make a lot of money on this book. I have no idea.
Yeah. I'm sure he will.
But guess what? He's destroying the profession.
No doubt about it.
People they don't look at journalists the same way, and it's all fake. It's all bullshit, and excuse the language, and it's just you can't get around that, and it's just like an exclamation point on that theory, and I think that's really bad because I kind of like this profession. I think there's a lot of good journalists out there. By the way, you ever watch local news? It's not so bad.
Yeah.
They just kind of cover great. You know what I'm saying? And we there's a lot of reporters that just want to that believe in doing their job, doing it well. And
here's
by the way,
there's a lot of other
newspapers.
There's a lot of other things to look at now too. So they needed to get better, not get worse, because there's so many different news channels. Meaning like using social media to get your news. That where they should have been upping their game, not lowering it, because there's so much more competition.
By the way, these are. I mean, if you ever read Substack, which I read a lot, there's different Substack, like people, like really smart people, do deep dives into really complex things.
Yeah,
where you really understand it, and it's fascinating that that mainstream media thinks they're going to be able to overcome all this incredible journalism that exists in these sort of non-traditional methods that's really good. And this is what kills me. And so I guess the biggest knock you could say on Tapper is, why did he think he'd get away with it?
That's right. And you know what? I got to leave it at that. But that's the good thing, why he thought he would get away with it. But I want to thank Charlie Gasparino, senior correspondent for Fox Business Network, coming on and talking about the media and everything what's going on today. So, Charlie, great having you again. Always. Thank you.
Anytime. Talk soon.
Have a good Memorial Day. All right. That was Charlie Gasparino. We covered, we did like a little focus on the media there. We were going to talk. Listen, there's a lot of things to talk with Charlie about because what he's involved in he's a financial reporter, but the financial stuff is it takes you into the politics, it takes you into the media, it takes you into the culture, and that's why I like bringing Charlie Gasparino on. I do think there's a caller on. Let's see if he. It doesn't seem like he wants to talk about what we were just talking about, but let's bring Joe on.
Well, it looks like Joe decided to go into Nicki Minaj mode.
Oh, and do we? I'm assuming I was doing so much talking with Charlie. Do we need to go to a commercial break?
We need to go to a commercial.
Of course. Thank you, Jimmy. Let's go to a commercial. I'll be right back with you. This is Tom Hazelby at Kalin and Company.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And at retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
This is Tracy Stillman. On behalf of Joanne Small-Canella and the entire Crash Proof Retirement team, please listen to this Memorial Day message from our late founder, Phil Cannella.
Memorial Day is a very special and sacred day in America, when we remember those who died while serving in our country's armed forces. Hi, I'm Phil Cannella of the Crash Proof Retirement Show. We join all Americans this weekend in paying tribute and honoring those men and women of the United States military who demonstrated extreme bravery and valor in making the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our freedom. On this Memorial Day weekend, we ask that you take a moment and remember those fallen soldiers who showed us the courage and strength needed to persevere in the face of overwhelming obstacles. America is great today because of their fearlessness and their selflessness. All Americans are unified today in our thanks, respect, and admiration. Be safe this weekend, and God bless America.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Hey, welcome back to Kayal and Company. This is Tom Azelby sitting in for Kayal and Company, getting ready to wrap it up. Wow, man, that goes quick. It goes quick. I only got a few minutes left, and I'm going to be turning it over to Lou Pate. He's coming on at 10 o'clock. I guess Lou's filling in for Dawn here at 1210 WPHT. And you know what? I have something, and I'm going to try to, this is going to be a little bit rushed, but I like Tulsi Gabbard. There's something about her. I like the way she looks. I like her style. She's kind of like a cool, hippie, military woman. And I love that, she is running the DNI. But, hey, Jimmy, let's just throw up that clip of Tulsi, and I'm going to try to get through this real quick before I got to go.
You remember very well, Will, the speech, the ominous speech that President Biden gave in 2022, where with this red background and Marines standing in the background, he issued an address to the nation warning the American people that Donald J. Trump and MAGA Republicans pose a direct threat to the fabric of our republic. And then you put that together with how the FBI and others within the Biden...
I'm going to pick up right what Tulsi was kind of talking about, that, that fiery red speech Biden gave, that half the country was bad and they needed to be stopped. So what Tulsi is going to, I think she's going to be releasing some documents that were circulated through the Biden administration. And it was basically the Biden administration was making recommendations to law enforcement, national law enforcement, FBI particularly, that we have to keep an eye on certain people. And these documents show that these certain people that they wanted to heighten their awareness of because they could be domestic terrorists. And some of the people that were on this list were people who wanted to get their kids back in school. And this came out early in Biden's administration. And now we're going to get to see what they were saying to each other within the Biden administration, that this domestic extremism, the people that should be looked at were people opposed to the vaccine, people who didn't want to wear a mask, people who didn't want to take the vaccine in the military, give them an extra look. They could be extremists. People who were saying, even people who were saying we need to secure the border, even those type of people, these were the documents that were being pushed to federal law enforcement and to probably to federal attorneys too, federal prosecutors. Like, these people might be the problem, and we have to keep a very close eye on them. And now she's going to let some of this. This is going to let some of this all out. And if you wonder why that. Because once it gets percolated at the top, then it starts filtering down to like local school districts, local police departments. Like, hey, anybody coming in here to yell or anything, we're getting warning from the federal government that these people could be violent domestic terrorists. Now, remember, Antifa and Black Lives Matter were burning down cities a year before, but this was a concerted effort by the Biden administration to apply, like, I guess they were like veiled threats and kind of getting the swamp or the bureaucracy like, hey, let's make sure we keep these people in line. So then what happens is that filters over to social media at the time, where social media is now getting these documents and this input that, listen, people that are talking about COVID vaccines being bad and not wearing the mask and the border, anybody talking along those lines, we're telling you as government officials right now, social media, you might not want to let them speak freely on your platforms because you don't want to be accused of helping domestic terrorists. And so now you're the people who probably lean left at these social media platforms, and you're kind of like, yeah, wow, man, anyone talking about not listening to the government about COVID or screaming that their kids be back in school, you know what? Let's write the algorithm and let's make sure that we're not letting their message get out there, because the last thing we need, someone doing something and, the federal government is going to blame us. And now all of a sudden they're going to seriously regulate us. But this is what's going to be good about the next few years. You're really going to start everything we were screaming and yelling about, which is true, just like Biden being in cognitive decline. Jake Tapper now agrees with us. You're going to see more and more of this come out. about what they were doing underhandedly against us. But that's the show. I got to wrap it up. It was great being here for the 4 hours. Kalin and Company, I'm sure they're going to be all back tomorrow, and we'll be turning it over to Lou Pate at 10 o'clock today. Have a great Memorial Day, and think about all those people that who made the ultimate sacrifice for us. Thank you.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the